Bertrand Russell. War Crimes in Vietnam. Contents. Background to the America_N involvement. The press and Vietnam. Some early attempts to make known the character of the war and the role of the USA in it, including exchanges with the New York Times in early 1963. War and Atrocity in Vietnam, an early account of the barbarous nature of the war. Cold War myths which obscure the issues at stake in Vietnam. A brief examination of the claim that only non-lethal gases were in use in South Vietnam's The Cold War, a new phase. How the USA has replaced former colonial powers in Asia and elsewhere. U.S. escalation of the war. 7. A speech on the bankruptcy of the Labour Party's foreign policy, leading to resignation from the party. Peace through resistance to U.S. imperialism, the world context in which the war. 9. The only honorable policy aim comparison of the peace terms of the Vietnamese and those of Churchill in World War IL. 10. Broadcast on National Liberation Front radio to American soldiers. An appeal to American soldiers, urging them to refrain from further war crimes. IR. Speech to the National Conference of Solidarity, the necessity for solidarity with the people of 6 Vietnam. 12. Appeal RO the American conscience, the character of the war and the responsibility of the American postscript. The International War Crimes Tribunal. By Ralph Schoenman. Report from North Vietnam. The racism of the West, especially that of the United States, has created an atmosphere in which it is extremely difficult to make clear the responsibility of America for problems which are held to be internal to the underdeveloped countries. The war in Vietnam is looked on as the inevitable and tragic product of backwardness, poverty, and savagery simply indigenous to Southeast Asia. RCNTs of the current conflict are sought in the dark past. Ancient conflicts between North and South are dredged up. The Amerindian intervention is, on this view, fortuitous. The Vietnamese people are thought to be pitiable creatures, into whose the Americans have reluctantly and unfortunately been invited. Racism not only confuses the historical origins of the Vietnam War, it also provokes a chauvinist outcry when American pilots who have bombed hospitals, schools, dikes, and civilian centers are accused of committing war crimes. It is only the racist underpinning of the American worldview which allows the U.S. press, the Senate, and many public figures to remain absolutely silent when Viet Cong prisoners are summarily shot, yet at the same time these bodies demand the leveling of North Vietnamese cities if the pilots are brought to trial for crimes. American violations of the 1949 Geneva Conventions on the Treatment of Prisoners of War have long been a matter of public record. It was reported, for example, in the New York Times of December that the International Committee of the Red Cross in Geneva complained again that the United States was violating an international accord on the treatment of prisoners. The IND_efforts shown to this clear indictment, not to mention the indifference to daily bombardments of civilian populations with napalm and white phosphorus, is appalling. The fundamental which I wish to establish here is that the Vietnam War is the responsibility of the United States. This elementary truth is central to any understanding of this cruel war. To understand the war, we must understand America, though this is not to ignore the history of the Vietnamese people. Vietnamese culture is rich and dates from antiquity. Oral legends, heroic traditions, particularly those which tell of the ancient repulsion of feudal China. But history's movement, ever faster, is such that the Vietnam of today is less connected to her ancient heritage than to her present world. The past 100 years of Vietnam's national life have brought her onto the world stage. To understand Vietnam and the agony of her struggle, we must see Vietnam amidst the constellation of anti-colonial forces which are transforming the Third World and, less dramatically, the West itself. Vietnam will not be understood, no matter how deeply we probe her past, unless we cease to isolate her meaning. It is America that has given Vietnam an international significance. While the beginnings of the American role in Vietnam precede the notorious involvement with Ngo Dinh Diem, it must be noted that France deserves the credit for nearly obliterating the Vietnamese cultural heritage. Before the Second World War, France managed her own colonial affairs with arrogant self-reliance. Arrival to Britain, She probed Vietnam in the 19th century while seeking new access to China. On the pretext of protecting French missionaries from the reprisals of the savages they sought to Christianeme, French naval vessels sailed into South Vietnam in the 1840s. The colonial conquest was begun in earnest. Within a matter of decades, not only the whole of Vietnam but also Laos and Cambodia had been brought under French colonial rule. Although each region of the vast amalgam, Indochina, had a different de jure status and governmental structure, everywhere the French were ruthless in securing the submission of the native population. Their rule was not to be disputed, and it was their arbitrary right to determine the laws and regulations of every part of the colony. Sporadic, disorganized guerrilla resistance opposed the French and continued into the 20th century. It is the totalitarian process of colonization which destroyed Vietnamese society and severed the ties between a people and its past. The skills, habits, and beliefs of the colonized people come to be judged by a kind of warped utilitarianism, that is useful and good which benefits the colonizer. Under the Mandarin system which remained in Vietnam long after the expulsion of the Chinese in 937 AD, there were roughly 20,000 private SCHTXLS, each with a single teacher, at the village level, in addition to state-supported provincial and district-level classes. In an effort to produce a cultural carbon copy of France, the colonizers utterly abolished these schools, Romanized the Vietnamese language to produce a new official language, and established only 14 secondary schools and 1 university in all of Vietnam. With such an inadequate number of institutions, few could pass the new literacy test. Economic changes produced by the requirements of the colonizers were equally profound. Industrial raw materials, not consumption crops, were the prize most coveted. The advent of motor car created a demand for rubber which turned thousands of Vietnamese peasants into plantation coolies. The establishment of a money economy was swiftly accomplished. As peasants increasingly needed money for buying goods and paying taxes, they were forced to mortgage and to sell their land. No aspect of Vietnamese life was untouched in this process. White, European supremacy was invariably associated with the unchallengeable rule of the colonizing power. Traditional nobility and mandarins lost all prestige and respect as French fonctionnaires occupied every post of authority throughout the countryside. In the atmosphere of suspicion and distrust which prevailed, the colonizer looked for emblems of subservience. Converted Oristien, consciously bowing to the authority of the white man's tithe, was feared least and, therefore, rewarded. These conditioned feelings of inferiority were widely established. In such a situation, Japan's victory over Tsarist Russia in 1905 was given symbolic importance by many Vietnamese. This was surely proof that an Asian power was capable of inflicting defeat and humiliation upon the West. Knowledge of this event was possible, ironically, because of the settlers' insistence that the educated Vietnamese learn French. The new language allowed a small number of Vietnamese intellectuals to study events outside their own borders. Around this same time there were strong efforts made by Vietnamese nationalists to obtain reforms within the colonial systems. Nhi campaigned, example, for free schools, through which their culture could be restored. It was in these schools that the most ardent nationalists were later to be. Another factor which influenced the development of nationalist aspirations was the First World War. Knowledge of this war was by no means limited to those who had studied in the French-administered schools. Heavy casualties at the front seriously affected the amount of manpower available to do the factory work, which was equally vital to the French war effort. To meet this labor shortage, the French route large numbers of coolies from mainland China and southern Asia. The Vietnamese who came to France entered a strange and new world. They into direct contact with the ideology of home France with its professions of liberty, equality, and fraternity, which was unknown, even proscribed, in the colonies. The tradition of the French Revolution was one aspect of French culture which was not exported and imposed on the Vietnamese by the settlers. The Vietnamese in Paris were intoxicated with the ideas and ideals of the liberal and socialist traditions of Western political thought. It was also claimed that the Great War was being fought to make the world safe for democracy. The war brought forth the most impassioned and idealistic rhetoric to inspire those least anxious to end their lives in futile slaughter. A group of Vietnamese nationalists in Paris conceived the idea of taking the Allies at their word. They appeared at Versailles in hired formal dress to request that the Allies affirm the principle of self-determination for Indochina. Among these nationalists was Ho Chi Minh. This tragi-comic meeting was his first attempt to negotiate his country's independence. Needless to say, the pleas of the would-be diplomats fell upon deaf ears. Decolonization was not to come so easily. By that turn the United States had emerged as a world power. And rough out the world, the US sought to break up the absolute control of trade and commercial rights by the old empires, most notably in the open door policy in the East. There were vast riches to exploit, and the United States wanted a share. At this stage, there was no need to disturb many of the existing power relationships and to destroy competing powers. There was enough for all. In 1923, for example, ex-Naval Secretary Franklin D. Roosevelt expressed the following view in a speech entitled "Shall We Trust Japan?" It is true that we shall continue to overlap and perhaps to clash in the development of the commerce of the Pacific, but when we consider the potential trade of the vast territories and huge populations bordering the North Pacific and South Pacific Oceans, there would seem to be enough commercial room and to spare for both Japan and us well into the indefinite future. In any case, it is clear that something other than principle guided the formulation of American policy in the East. During the decades between the two world wars, discontent and alienation were reflected in a variety of developments in Vietnam. Nationalist thought was germinating. In the ranks of the educated middle classes there was mixed reaction to the results of the First World War. Some accepted the hypocrisy of the democracies which professed self-determination and practiced the most brutal colonialism. These more contented Vietnamese sought token reforms within the colonial system. Reforms were not forthcoming, but many of these advocates of made improvements found rewards for themselves within the French apparatus, as civil servants and lesser functionaries. Those who were not so easily satisfied began the long task of adapting Western political concepts to the social problems of colonized Asia. It was some years before genuinely original political doctrine was formulated. In the meantime, imitation and crude adaptation of alien political practice were commonplace. Most of the earliest political parties were models of foreign parties, included one styled after the Kuomintang of Chiang Kai-shek. France was in full command of the situation throughout this period. On February 9, 1930, the Vietnam QuocDan Dang led an abortive revolt. The French garrisons were so efficient in dealing with this uprising that this nationalist party was thoroughly crushed, not to appear again for 15 years. The Russian Revolution impressed many Vietnamese intellectuals. 3 small groupings joined forces in 1930 to form the Indes, developed wide followings, and were consequently feared and distrusted by the French. Persecution of the sects caused them to build their own armed communities. There was no avoiding the worldly struggle. As the will has come full circle, they have played increasingly important political roles, being integrated into the main organizations of political conflict. In these same decades, Japan moved steadily towards absolute hegemony in Asia. She had occupied Korea in 1910, and in the early 1930s she moved to assert her sovereignty in Manchuria. In 1937 she invaded North China. For reasons mentioned earlier, these actions did not at first alarm the United States. Trade and cooperation with Japan were of great interest to American businessmen, for Japan provided indirect access to the rest of Asia. The largest portion of American investment in the East was directly or indirectly tied to Japan. It took, therefore, many years for the United States to come to regard Japan as an enemy. Before America finally endorsed Chiang Kai-shek, Japanese domination of China seemed preferable to an independent republic in the eyes of many American policy makers. When France fell to the Nazis, Japan saw her opportunity in Indochina. America felt the increasing threat of Japanese competition, and made clear her determination to allow Japan no more than secondary status in Asia. Roosevelt did not hesitate to warn the Vichy government that France would lose Indochina after the war if she yielded it to Japan. The French then callously appealed to Hitler to maintain white supremacy over the colony. This explicitly racist proposal was rejected by the Axis. The Vichy government soon capitulated to the demands of the Japanese. The occupation of Indochina, together with Thailand's decision to join the Axis, gave Japan strong positions for her invasions of the rest of southern Asia. In Indochina the French colonial apparatus was left intact, it merely served new masters. Elsewhere, such as in Burma and Java, the Japanese found Asian collaborators by skillfully exploiting the nationalist and anti-Western sentiments with their slogan Asia for the Asians. Both the use of French in Indochina and the promotion of nationalist collaborators in other parts of Asia reflected a pragmatic attempt on the part of the Japanese to use the resources of the regions without disturbing the existing social structures. The interests of Japan and the USA were irreconcilable. Over 16. 17. Many years, US leaders had proposed to the Japanese an unequal partnership. The Washington Naval Conference had explicitly prescribed a militarily inferior position for the Japanese. Japan decided that cooperation with the United States was a difficult matter, and the course on which she finally embarked was an open challenge to Washington. It always carried with it the risk of war. Provocative acts did not begin with Pearl Harbor. The attack on the US gunboat Panay was symbolic both of Japan's determination and of America's ever-present naval threat. Protection of American interests in China had long dictated the of American warships in the Orient. The final rupture between the United States and Japan was no accident. The bombing of Pearl Harbor on December 6, 1941, was only the disgrace. American war aims in the Pacific were somewhat complicated. Most obviously, the United States sought to defeat Japan militarily. Towards this end, America recruited an eclectic combination of allies, including communist-led nationalist movements. But the political objectives of the war were not so simple. Even before entering the war, President Roosevelt contemplated the prospective post-war gains. The breaking up of the British Empire would be of singular importance to American business interests. On January 12, 1940, the President addressed a group of publishers and editors of business magazines as follows: "As you know, the British need money in this war. They own lots of things all over the world such as tramways and electric light companies. Well, in carrying on this war, the British may have to part with that control and we, perhaps, and step in or make the financial arrangements for eventual local ownership. It is a terribly interesting thing, and one of the most important things for our future trade is to study it in that light." Thus, throughout the war, Roosevelt was not particularly interested in upholding Churchill's plans for the restoration of the empire. He specifically endorsed independence for British India. At an early point in the war, it was vaguely decided that a strong China, under Chiang Kai-shek, would be the basis of the post-Kur Asia policy. That is to say, cooperation with a China which would be strong in comparison with the rest of Asia and weak by comparison with the United States was the American plan for stabilizing the East. The Americans correctly noted two features of traditional Western imperialism which were inimical to the interests of American capitalism. First, American access to the colonies of the British Empire was strictly limited by the policies of the rival power. There was no equality, no open door, so as trade with imperial colonies was concerned. This was an important ingredient in the spirit of anti-colonialism which was nurtured in the USA even in the periods of industrial expansion. Secondly, brutal rule was seen to be self-defeating, by causing unrest and social revolution. The Americans had seen in the case of Mexico that even non-communist national revolutions could result in the expropriation of American property. Prudent decision-makers, therefore, favored a policy of staunch lip service to anti-colonialism and national independence, combined with aid to traditional native ruling elites which would not be likely to implement programs of far-reaching social change. A partnership with local ruling groups and business interests seemed preferable to the risk of complete colonization. China provided one model for this policy. In the Philippines, fear of communist-led nationalist guerrillas prompted immediate plans for post-war independence along the same lines. The Vietnam problem was more difficult. Unlike China and the Philippines, Indochina was a region which had not been penetrated by American capital and in which there was almost no American influence. The French had taken no steps to cultivate local rulers. No understanding had been reached with corrupt nationalists to provide nominal independence. A critical situation had developed quite rapidly. The French were collaborating with the Japanese. Taking advantage of the confusion, which was inevitable, given the mutual distrust of the Japanese and the French, many exiled Vietnamese nationalists began to slip across the border from southern China and set 18. Side-eyed for the most part, they merely provided the opportunity for many Vietnamese to learn military skills and to acquire weapons for the Viet Minh forces. In the spring of 1945 the gains of the Viet Minh were enormous. Large areas, especially in the north, were consolidated. By the summer, they were in a to claim de facto state power. These various events created an atmosphere of crisis for American decision-makers in 1945. The power of communist forces emerging in liberated Europe had caused many policy planners to re-evaluate wartime strategy. Moreover, at the 1944 convention of the Democratic Party in the USA, conservative elements asserted themselves fruitfully. Vice President Henry Wallace was replaced by Harry S. Truman. Subsequently, important changes took place in the State Department. Secretary Edward R. Stettinius APB, int men like Dean Rusk and Nelson Rockefeller as his assistants in charting a somewhat different foreign policy. Roosevelt's death and the consequent further reorganization of personnel made the shift decisive. Secretary of State Burns was unequivocal in his anti-communism. The main concern of this new TCAM was not the military defeat of Japan. In effect, that was already assured. In every important respect the Japanese Navy and Air Force had rendered inoperative by the spring of 1945. Early in the spring, the Japanese communicated with SWIC leaders about possible surrender terms, and the Russians in turn passed this information on to the United States. But by this time, the Americans were preoccupied with more subtle political matters. The United States wanted undisputed hegemony in the post-war world. The Russians were no real threat. Devastated by war, they could not match the military and industrial might of the USA. Moreover, Stalin's influence was hardly a direct threat to America. Indeed, Stalin had already shown his willingness to counsel against revolutionary seizures of power in order to keep alive the front. In the case of France, for example, the Immunist-led underground movement was on the verge of taking power when Maurice Thérèse returned from his prolonged stay in Moscow. Thérèse convinced his PRTY that about organizing a resistance movement. The chief initiative in this enterprise was taken by the Communists. A coalition known as the Vietnam Doc Lap Dong Minh was BRMED, under the leadership of Ho Minh. The breadth of participation in this coalition was most impressive. The Viet Minh built its resistance movement throughout the countryside, waging a campaign of guerrilla warfare against the Japanese and their collaborators. The US and its allies accepted the of the Viet Minh and dropped some supplies to the guerrillas from the air. The communist leadership of the Viet Minh was, of course, no secret. As the war drew to a close, the United States was FTCED with the problem of how best to stabilize Vietnam and how best to make it accessible to American interests. As I have already mentioned, the United States threatened the Vichy government with the loss of Indochina following the war. In the course of the war the Free French were likewise excluded from big power conferences at which the fate of Indochina was discussed. The United States preferred Chiang Kai-shek's China as the fourth power to consider such questions. As late as 1944 President spoke vaguely of a trusteeship system as the best solution to the Indochina question. Such proposals were discussed in the light of the United Nations organization, which was to be established. But trusteeships involved gradual steps towards independent and local self-government. THC Viet Minh was ahead of schedule. On March 9, 1945 the Japanese staged a coup, thereby taking full and direct control of Indochina. They feared that the French collaborators would unreliable elements as the Allied forces moved nearer to total victory. Might they not opportunistically switch sides? The Japanese immediately incarcerated large numbers of Frenchmen. Many of these were also forced to suffer public humiliation. The Japanese had a sufficient garrison to handle the French, but their forces were wholly inadequate to deal with the Viet Minh. They attempted to some of the nationalists, and managed to a certain Bao Dai to accept the position of emperor under their tutelage. Their attempts to form youth corporate and Vietnamese military units to fight on their overall interests of the international communist movement dictated that all power be yielded to the Paris government of de Gaulle. In Asia, however, there was a somewhat different situation. Enormous anti-colonial movements had bound up during the war. Hundreds of millions of Asians, Chinese, Indonesian, Vietnamese, Filipino were part of a struggle which was transforming their lives irrevocably. Here was a profound social force with which the United States would have to deal. The Americans sought first to minimize Soviet influence in Asia. They wanted to avert any activity by the Russians in Asia, fearing anything which would encourage the emergence of socialist nations in the regions fighting for independence. The terms of THC Yalta agreements had provided for Russia's entrance into the Asian theater in the summer of 1945. Enlil's victor, plus the power of the nationalist movements, was held firmly in mind when the decision was made to incinerate Hiroshima and Nagasaki. The kill reasons for this decision are, of course, complicated. The use of two different kinds of atomic bombs on the two cities, however, suggests a calculated at the cost of thousands of lives. Throughout the development of the atomic bomb, leading policymakers doubtless contemplated its usefulness for intimidating the Soviet leadership. But the awesome power of the nuclear devices could have been as easily demonstrated by using them on uninhabited areas. The decision to use them on Asian cities can be seen, therefore, to have had two motives. First, there was the psychological motive. Using the A-bombs on the Japanese established a myth, namely, that the inrombing of the cities was decisively effective in obtaining the surrender of the Japanese. For reasons which are obvious, the Soviet leaders could not have been expected to believe this myth. But for ordinary people in the West as well as Asian nationalist leaders who were not privy to the information that the Japanese had sued for Peker 6 months earlier, the myth was readily accepted. Westerners wanted to believe that there was some technological alternative to ground warfare. Secondly, the bombs dropped in order to make clear that American power could and would be used to annihilate masses of Asians in a single stroke. The incineration of the two Japanese cities could hardly have been expected to gain popularity for America in Asia. This horrific act could only have been contemplated to terrorize Asian nationalists. The Viet Minh were not too intimidated. Throughout August 1945 they moved to consolidate there. On August 19 the government was set up in Hanoi, and Bao Dai, the former puppet emperor under the French and Japanese, was persuaded to abdicate. On August 25 a large demonstration was held in Saigon to declare support for the new government. On September 2, 1945 Ho Chi Minh issued a Declaration of Independence, based, ironically enough, on the American Declaration of July 4, 1776. The bold action of the Viet Minh forced the United States to come to a decision on the question of Indochina. Turning their backs on Ho Chi Minh, the Allies chose to have the Japanese surrender taken by more reliable elements. Rather than allow the Viet Minh to disarm the Japanese and thus to equip themselves for the defense of their independence, the Allies designated to the Kuomintang and to the British responsibility for accepting the Japanese surrender in Indochina. British colonial from Burma and India worked to move into the south of Vietnam, and Chiang Kai-shek's TRMPS were to act in the north. In fact, neither set of forces carried out the stated mission properly. In the south, the British-administered TRCNPS, under Major General Douglas Gracie, were more concerned with restoring French control than with disarming and repatriating the Japanese. They immediately secured the release of those Frenchmen who had been belatedly interned by the Japanese, and they rearmed nearly 5,000 French troops. The British acted openly to depose the Viet Minh, and on September 23 the French staged a coup which was fully supported by the British. The French were anxious to avenge the humiliation they had suffered at the hands of Asians. They correctly sensed that their hegemony was threatened by the Viet Minh, which was in the process of setting up a full governmental apparatus. With the aid of the British, the French mopping up operations against the Viet Minh. On more than one the French and British employ Japanese troops to assist in these. It is worth recalling that the British originally attacked the Viet Minh on the pretense that they were agents of the Japanese. Meanwhile, in the north, the Kuomintang displayed its characteristic avoidance of danger and fighting. As usual, these corrupt were willing to serve the highest or nearest bidder. As a result, they intervened very little, while the Viet Minh effectively took the surrender of the Japanese. Additionally, many of the Kuomintang regulars sold their valuable American weaponry to the Viet Minh. Despite the difficulties in the south, therefore, the Viet Minh was able to take great steps towards consolidating its position in the north during the first months of the early post-war period appears to have been most fusing to the Viet Minh. They failed to see the United States as an enemy. Of course, the attitude of the United States towards them was ambiguous. The New York Times, for example, stated in its editorial of September 21, 1946, Ho Chi Minh is Vietnam. That strange little figure, meek in appearance yet so determined in purpose, the spirit, the aspirations, and probably the future of the new state. He molded it, he put it through the fire, and he will guide likewise. The Viet Minh placed a certain trust in the socialist-communist coalition government in France. Between 1945 and 1947 the Viet Minh attempted to negotiate independence from France, in the most moderacy of terms. Viet Minh literature of this period reflects the confident view that the preservation of French colonialism in Indochina would be supported only by a small clique of French capitalists and not by the French people, or the American people, or even the American capitalists. But before the end of 1945 the French had moved some 50,000 into southern Vietnam. Negotiations continued. General elections in January of 1946 confirmed the legitimacy of the Viet Minh government. President Ho Chi Minh signed an agreement. 23. With the French in March 1946 which explicitly declared, the government of France recognizes the Republic of Vietnam as a free state having its own government and its parliament, its army and its finances, forming part of the Indochinese Federation of the French Union. The French ignored every promise made to the Viet Minh, and instead rapidly restored their power, moving in tens of thousands of troops. Presence of Foreign Legion troops provoked immediate hostilities in the cities. Massacres were commonplace. French respect for the modus vivendi was a farce. As a final show of bravura, they bombed Haiphong on November 23, 1946. Thousands of innocent civilians were killed. No peaceful settlement was possible. Had it not been for the Marshall Plan, France would have been in no position to finance the costly, protracted war which ensued. American aid not only made possible the war, but it had a considerable influence on the manner in which the war was conducted. Without commenting on the effect of American aid on the character of the coalition governments in France, we see that the United States attempted to create a new image for the Indo-Chinese War, increasingly bore the brunt of financing it and soon contemplated direct intervention as it became clear that the French could not win. Initially the United States favored the restoration of French colonial hegemony in Indochina, not out of great sympathy for French colonial interests but because France seemed more likely to be cooperative with American investors and more receptive to American aid than a socialist Vietnam. Given France's client relationship to the United States, one would hardly have expected any difficulties for the Americans from the superficially dominant position of France in Indochina. But the French had to put an indigenous insurrection, and the United States had to find the least embarrassing means of supporting someone else's brutal colonial war. The United States made clear to the French that American aid would cease if the war were portrayed blatantly as a colonial conquest. Instead, the Americans argued, it should have the appearance of an anti-communist crusade, a war against sub-24. 25. Verives, bandits, and rebels, a war to stop the aggressive designs of Soviet imperialism. On the positive side, the war should be fought by a more genuine nationalist force in Vietnam, generously aided by France and her free world allies, not by a colonial power. One obvious difficulty, of course, was that the war was already going on, with no pretense of French support of a nationalist government. Indeed, France had acknowledged the legitimacy of the duly elected Ho Chi Minh government in 1946. In the midst of the fighting, the United States proposed to conceal the identity of the side it supported. The policy was difficult enough, but the actual task of finding a nationalist who would subscribe to this absurd scheme was nearly impossible. This was an American scheme from the very start, largely inspired by the American plans for Chinese and Philippine independence. It was the Americans who eventually selected the appropriate nationalist. President Harry Truman instructed his emissary, William C. Bullitt, to conduct the search. The man Bullitt found was hardly an imaginative choice. It was none other than Bao Dai, earlier distinguished for his collaboration with the Japanese. Bao Dai, moreover, had firm ally abdicated in favor of the Viet Minh and had received an honorary as political counselor to Ho Chi Minh. His interest in the Viet Minh government had proved short-lived, and he quickly disappeared into the anonymity of Hong Kong nightlife. From Hong Kong he moved to the French Riviera, where Bullitt finally encountered him. It took a good deal of convincing to persuade Bao Dai to return to politics, but after nearly 2 years of discussions he agreed to disavow his former abdication and accept the restored title of emperor. It was not until the summer of 1949 that the French colonial war was officially transformed into a defense of the legitimate government of Bao Dai. The awkwardness and tardiness of the metamorphosis of the Indo-Chinese War were a source of great irritation to American policy-makers. The notoriety of Bao Dai, moreover, was reminiscent of the stigma attached to the corrupt clique around Chiang Kai-shek. The failure in China was a dangerous omen. All these factors, along with the military of the French, convinced American intelligence agents that some other alternative was required. As the battered French forces continued to wage their feudal war, energetic and often naive CIA operatives, sometimes posing as university personnel, began quietly searching out and screening potential replacements for Bao Dai. Their ultimate choice is well known: Ngo Dinh Diem, discovered by Professor Wesley Floschel in Tokyo in 1950. The war went badly for the French. Since it was conducted by the Ministry of Colonies, rather than by the Ministry of Defense, it was impossible under the regulations of the French Constitution to send conscripts to fight in Indochina. Thus, French officers directed a motley crew of foreign legionnaires, mercenaries, and the colonial armies against the Viet Minh resistance. Black troops from Africa and the West Indies drew powerful lessons from the experience. They quickly grasped the elementary fact that they were being used as cannon fodder in a racist war of conquest. Moreover, the withdrawal of large numbers of colonial TRCNPS from the African garrisons weakened French defenses in the northern African colonies. THC combination of weakened garrisons, military experience for Africans, and the direct inspiration of the Viet Minh struggle accounted for the growth of militant resistance movements in Tunisia, Morocco, and Algeria. Such was the international importance of the Vietnamese Revolution. By 1954, France had poured more than 4,000 men into Indochina. According to Jules Moch, French delegate to the United Nations, there were 92,000 fatalities and 114,000 wounded on the French side. The cost of the war was some $7 billion. French officers were annihilated in Vietnam as quickly as they could graduate from the French military academy at Saint-Cyr. The French became less and less willing to conduct the war. The stage was set for direct American intervention. The New York Times of July 4, 1954 reported, "In the current year the United States is paying 78% of the French Union costs in the Indo-Chinese War." As the siege of Dien Bien Phu began early in 1954, the question of American intervention was only one of means. There are indications that John Foster Dulles offered Bédault the use of nuclear weapons at Dien Bien Phu. Vice President Nixon released trial balloons in April 1954, attempting to discover public reaction to the possible employment of American ground forces in Vietnam. At the time, a number of factors stood in the way of such immediate military commitments. In the course of the Senate debate during the Battle of Dien Bien Phu, such influential as John F. Kennedy opposed US intervention on the side of the French. The memory of Korea remained. The American people were not anxious to send their sons to die in another Asian war. Powerful elements in the US government had already begun to view this as an opportunity to make a fresh start in Vietnam. The CIA had long desired to get rid of Bao Dai and to discard fully the unattractive image of a colonial war. All parties turned their attention to the negotiations lasted many months. Dien Bien Phu fell on May 8, and the French made clear their intention to leave Vietnam. The British and the Americans utilized a simple strategy: promise them anything. The letter of the Geneva Agreements could hardly be construed as contrary to the interests of the Viet Minh. The agreements provided for withdrawal of all foreign military personnel, national unity under a freely elected government, and prohibitions on the introduction of new foreign troops. Behind the scenes, however, the Americans were working hard. On July 7 Bao Dai was persuaded to appoint as premier the American placeman, Ngo Dinh Diem. In addition, the Americans had already begun to introduce their advisors and other civilian personnel secretly into South Vietnam. The story since 1954 is well known. The responsibility of the Americans is clear. The need now is cogently expressed by the playwright Peter Wiesel declined to publish an article sent over the wires of the Associated Press by Mr. Malcolm Brown, later a recipient of the Pulitzer Prize in Journalism for his reporting from Vietnam. Mr. Brown described in some detail the first national UNGTESS of the National Liberation Front of South Vietnam, held from February 16 to March 2, I-962. That such information should be DCMCD to THC American public is criminal. The article spoke for itself, and people in the West must have access to such information. The reaction of the editors of the New York Times to my own efforts to make these facts known is shameful, but not unique. I choose it from many examples to illustrate these points because it proudly proclaims that it publishes all the news that's fit to print. The following exchanges on Vietnam and journalistic standards were in the spring of 1963. On March 28 one addressed the following letter to the editor of the New York Times. The United States government is conducting a war of annihilation in Vietnam. The soul of this war is to retain a brutal and feudal regime in the South and to exterminate all those who resist the dictatorship of the South. A further purpose is an invasion of the North, which is in communist hands. The real concern which brings the United States to pursue the brutal policy abandoned by France in Indochina is the protection of economic interests and the prevention of far-reaching social reforms in that part of the world. I raise my voice, however, not only because I am in profound disagreement with American objections to social change in Indochina, but because the war which is being conducted is an atrocity. Napalm jelly gasoline is being used against whole a truthful account. Rarely does anyone fabricate reports and evidence which are inimical to his interest. I was to discover, however, that although some newspapers were prepared to publish isolated pieces of horrifying information, they had no intention of forming a coherent picture of the war from these reports and every intention of preventing others from doing so. The informed press knew that there was something seriously wrong about the war, but restricted themselves to pedestrian comments and peripheral criticisms. This course preserved their responsible stance but prepared the ground for a later volte-face when their earlier attitude was widely discredited. Repeatedly the press gets away with such disgraceful behavior through the helplessness of the public. Most people have no access to facts in matters about which their suspicions are aroused, nor the resources to gather information independently. Even if they can remove these formidable obstacles, they still have no means of communicating their findings to the public. I have tried to overcome these difficulties in three ways: first, through a thorough study of the war as reported in Western, Vietnamese, and other publications; Secondly, by sending observers regularly through the Bertrand Russell Peace Foundation to travel widely in Indochina and return with first-hand reports. And thirdly, by raising my voice whenever possible. Meanwhile, I have learned certain rules that must be observed in reading the newspapers. 1. Read THC lines. 2. Never underestimate the evil of which men of power are capable. 3. Know the jargon of terrorists versus actions, and translate wherever necessary. Experienced newspaper readers may care to their own glossaries of terms used for our side and their side. Such report a PO at the end of his villages, without warning. Chemical warfare is employed for the purpose of destroying crops and livestock and to starve. The American government has suppressed the truth about the conduct of this war, the fact that it violates the Geneva Agreements concerning Indochina, that it involves large numbers of Amerindian trims, and that it is being conducted in a manner reminiscent of warfare as practiced by the Germans in Eastern EU_ROF and the Japanese in Southeast Asia. How long will Americans lend themselves to this sort of barbarism? Yours faithfully, Bertrand Russell. This appeared on April 8. Ever employed largely in attempts, so far with limited success, to strip leaves from heavy jungle growth near lines of and base areas. THIRD Russell's statement that the real concern of the United States is prevention of far-reaching social reforms is arrant nonsense, as even he in his heart must know. There are many questions to be raised about the extent and the wisdom of the American commitment in South Vietnam, and at the need for reform of the government that the United States is supporting there, but to call the United States the aggressor and to say nothing about the communist push for domination against the will of the inhabitants in Vietnam is to make a travesty of justice and a mockery of history. My reply of April 12 appeared in the Times on May 4, but the section which I have bracketed here was omitted. Your editorial of April 8 calls for a reply from me on various. You accuse me of an unthinking receptivity to the most transparent communist propaganda. In fact, I base my remarks about the war in South Vietnam careful scrutiny of reports in and in publications of the British and 34. American Vietnam. My belief, derived from this study, is that support of DM is driving more and more of the inhabitants of South Vietnam into the arms of the communists, a result to be deplored. You accuse me of distorting the truth or of speaking only half-truths, but this is a charge which may be turned against you. I agree with the point of view that you express in second paragraph. But, in my letter, I give reasons for my view. It is, I suppose, these reasons to which you take exception. They are, that the purpose of the war is to retain a brutal and feudal regime in South Vietnam and to exterminate all who resist DM's dictatorship, that the US is pursuing a brutal policy in order to protect economic interests and to prevent far-reaching social reforms in South Vietnam, and that the war is an atrocity. It is an atrocity because such as napalm IM's Arc-Xing used bombs which do not simply kill, but which burn and torture, and that chemical warfare is employed to destroy crops and livestock and so to starve the people of South Vietnam. I did not mention innumerable appalling atrocities carried out by DM's government because for these America has only the responsibility involved in the continued support of DM. You say in your fifth paragraph that napalm bombs have used, but only against real or imagined havens of Viet Cong guerrillas and have certainly killed innocent people. You say, however, that American advisors have opposed the use of these bombs. This may be true, but it is less than a half-truth. You have said in your fourth paragraph that Americans are in Vietnam only as advisors and trainers. This is not true, and invalidates your explanation concerning the napalm bombs. I suggest that you read the report of Richard Hughes on conditions in Vietnam in the Sunday Times, January 13, 1963, a journal by no means pro-communist, anti-American or even very liberal, in the course of which he speaks of the Washington fiction that no United States are involved in combat and that United States officers and trainers are on the merely to advise, observe, support and assists. He says, also, the Americans are now operating more than 200 helicopters and SCX-res of reconnaissance and troop planes in the combat areas. Probably half of all and strafing missions by the South Vietnam Air Force are undertaken by Americans serving as pilots and co-pilots. The US government has been charged by the South Vietnam Liberation Red Cross, after a year's study by them of the chemicals sprayed in South Vietnam and their effect upon the health of human beings, animals, and crop, with using weed killers which, in the large doses used, are harmful, with using white arsenic, various kinds of arsenite sodium and arsenite calcium, lead manganese arsenates, DNP and DNC, and calcicyanamide, with having spread these poisonous chemicals on large and densely populated areas of South Vietnam. Admittedly, the South Vietnam Liberation Red Cross is, as its name suggests, allied with those opposing the US-supported Diem regime, but its published findings cannot be ignored since it has urged international investigation of the situation. The use of these weapons, napalm bombs, and chemicals, constitutes and results in atrocities and points to the fact that this is a war of annihilation. I criticize atrocities where I find them. I was considered anti-communist by the liberals of the US in Stalin's day for objecting to the atrocities that occurred in Russia at that time. I have recently been carrying on a correspondence concerning the hardships suffered by Jews in communist countries. I see no reason to submesse that are to be condoned when committed by Western governments. It is not I, but you, who, in 36. Sir. The press and Vietnam. 37. Attempting to whitewash us action in South Vietnam, are speaking half-truths and are thereby doing the very thing of which you accuse me, ignoring the communist push for domination. Moreover, the emulation of what the West says it considers most dastardly in communist behavior is unlikely to win for what the West says it stands for anywhere in the world. It makes a mockery of the phrase so beloved by the West, the free world. Two other accusations you make against me: you say that to call the US the aggressor and to say nothing at *UT the communist push for domination against the will of the inhabitants in Vietnam is to make a travesty of justice and a mockery of history. The latter is a fingfroration. But I would call to your attention the fact that you yourself had already said that you have criticized the CS government's support of the autocratic Diem regime, which has insufficient popular backing. I would also call your attention to the following bit of history. The Geneva Conference of 1954 proposed a compromise concerning Vietnam which was admirable and which would have solved the problems of that country if it had been observed. The signatories were Molotov and Selwyn Lloyd, who SRG and CDSCCF chair representing East and West respectively. The agreement reached by this conference was, with the backing of the US, not observed by South Vietnam. A new regime was established in South Vietnam under a dictator named Diem, of whom time says was longer than the maximum we allow. We will not permit even you to mon-0 our letters columns. In accordance with our long-standing procedure, we reserve the right to cut without notice, and in this instance we did find it necessary to cut an overly long letter of yours to bring it down to the required length. The excision was made solely on account of excess length of the original and for no. 38. The press and Vietnam. 39. States that of villages in Vietnam, nearly have been destroyed because of military action by the United States and the Diem government, in which both chemicals and napalm were used. You take exception to my designation of this conduct as a war of atrocity. You attack me publicly for making such charges without substantiation. You omit the evidence in my reply to your attack when publishing it, and you write me a letter in which you say that you allow me ample space in which to air my views. You say, further, that you need make no defense of the journalistic standards of the New York Times. I am impressed by your confidence and, therefore, request permission to publish other reason, nor did it in any way alter the sense of your letter. We exercised our own judgment in selecting the paragraph to cut. The one selected contained detailed allegations relating to the general charge of chemical warfare. I haven't the slightest doubt that you would have objected equally as vociferously no matter which paragraph, sentence, or phrases had been cut. Into the dots you mention, we never use them in our letters column. Permit me to remind you that in our editorial of April 8, replying to your first letter, we fully acknowledged that napalm had been used in South Vietnam by the government forces. This is not and never was the point at issue. The phrase "errant nonsense" was specifically applied to your allegation that the United States' real concern is to prevent social reforms in South Vietnam. That charge still stands as the errant nonsense. This correspondence forthwith. Dear Lord Russell. Yours faithfully, Bertrand Russell. July 3, 1963. We said it was. Dear Mr. Oakes. Sincerely yours, John B. Oakes, editor of the editorial page. June 5, 1963. Your letter of June 5 is again full of the kind of distortions or half-truths which we alrectly ascribed to you in our editorial of April 8. For example, WC did not deny in our editorial that napalm was used, we specifically admitted it. We did not deny that defoliation chemicals were used, WC specifically admitted it. We did not challenge you to cercidolor or the other chemicals, if any, that were used, yet you insist that this is the question that provoked our editorial attack on you. What provoked our editorial was your own letter of March 28, sent to the Times for publication, and published on April 8, in which you accused the United States of conducting a war of annihilation in Vietnam, the sole purpose of which was to retain a brutal and fictional regime in the South, to protect economic interests and to prevent far-reaching social reforms in that part of the world. As I have already informed you in my letter of May 17, this is the kind of language that we discredited in our editorial of April 8 as errant nonsense, and errant nonsense, I repeat, it is. I wrote not. Thank you for your letter of May 17. I note that you now maintain that what you denied emphatically in an editorial in your newspaper was entirely known to you. I suggest therefore, that it is not the journalistic standards of the New York Times which need denouncing, but the integrity of its editor. You say that you have not the slightest doubt that I should have objected equally no matter which paragraph or sentence or phrases had been cut. That is not so. The reason it is not so is that you took such care to omit precisely those sentences which specify the chemicals used and the absence of which provoked an attack upon me by the New York Times previously. The further point that these chemicals were not merely weed killers, but destroyed livestock, crops, and killed human beings, was never admitted by the New York Times. I further point out that the New York Times of January 19, 40. The press and Vietnam alleged by the New York Times. It is precisely the distinction between chemicals which are weed killers and chemicals which rot human flesh and kill those who come in contact with them that I have sought to make in the course of making clear to the American public the nature of the barbarous war conducted by their government in South Vietnam. Ngat Diem's regime is feudal and serves American economic interests. I should be willing to stand by before any impartial eye agree that Prajuia and Izvestia might well suppress a letter attacking the USSR as forthrightly as my letter on Vietnam attacks the United States. This, however, was not the point I was making, as you well know. Never have Izvestia or Pravda purported to publish a letter of mine while omitting surreptitiously the very evidence in dispute in the course of an exchange. This form of dishonesty is, to my mind, more perfidious than the absence of publication of a letter. It is conscious fraud. Yours faithfully, Bertrand Russell. Apropos of your comment Inat Pravda and Izvestia, do you honestly believe that they would have published a letter attacking the USSR, written in terms comparable to those you used about the United States in your letter of March 28? If you publish this, I trust you will also publish with it your letter to us of March 28 and our editorial reply of April 8, as well as this letter. Sincerely yours, John B. Oakes, editor of the editorial. July 27, 1963. Dear Mr. Oakes, let us consider where the half-truths lie. You did not deny that napalm was used, but you did deny that Americans were involved in its use. In your editorial of April 10, you state, Amarayan advisors have opposed its employment, on moral and practical grounds, against all except clearly identified military targets. This is not true. Your own reports of January 19, 1962, refer to the destruction of nearly 1,400 villages. Napalm and chemicals were used in the azures of this devastation. You state that chemicals employed were common weed killers and were intended solely to strip leaves from jungle growth. This is untrue. The evidence in my letter which you suppressed establishes its untruth, which is, of course, why you disallow it. On citing that my charge of atrocity is based upon the ruthless use of chemicals and jelly gasoline, the wholesale devastation of civilian populations in their villages and the use of concentration camps, it would appear that these are the facts to which you object when you refer to my statement as errant nonsense, distortion, and half-truth from the first to the last sentence. Clearly, the first to the last sentences is at least inclusive of my remarks on chemicals and napalm. You chose to cut my paragraphs on the specific chemicals used because these paragraphs served to show that the chemicals affected human beings and animals and were not merely weed killers. You are not honest when you contend that this information was already acknowledged. Chapter 2 War and Atrocity in Vietnam, March 13, 1964. The war in Vietnam is 18 years old. It began as a broad movement of resistance to the French under the leadership of Ho Chi Minh, a communist. The French fought with ferocity against an unarmed infantry. Using guerrilla tactics, the Vietnamese drove the French out of the north of Vietnam and finally defeated them in the Battle of Dien Bien Phu. The negotiations at Geneva led to the establishment of an international commission, intended to stabilize peace and watch over any attempt at foreign intervention. Before developing what I wish to say about this subject, I should like to make clear that the facts in this article are taken from daily papers and similar sources. Many are taken from bulletins of committees concerned with Vietnam. Some are from reports of the South Vietnam Liberation Red Cross and others from a very interesting book by Wilfred G. Burchett called The Furtive War. Many of the facts have passed unscathed through the crucible of American denial. Many of them have accepted even by the American authorities. All of them, I have good reason to believe, are incontrovertible. It is important to realize that, since the French were defeated finally at Dien Bien Phu in 1954, the war has been conducted surreptitiously under American direction. A substantial number of American forces began to commit there after the French withdrawal and the Geneva talks. One of the most important aspects of this war has been that the United States pretended for many years that no such war was taking place and that the war was in war and atrocity in Vietnam. 43. Which was not taking place, was not being conducted by Americans. I have experienced some frustration in attempting to bring to light the fact that the war has been taking place and that Americans have been deeply involved in its conduct. At first, Western newspapers and even persons with the peace movement in the West held that there was no evidence of American direction of this war. The New York Times stated this several times. Finally, in the course of controversy, it was allowed that American participation was solely in an advisory capacity. When it was alleged that chemicals were being employed by the United States forces in Vietnam, it was first denied and then alleged that the chemicals employed were used against American advice and wishes. It was then admitted that they were used under the direction of the United States, but it was said that chemicals were harmless to human beings and were intended solely for the purpose of clearing vegetation and foliage. I brought to public attention impressive and documented evidence concerning the use of additional chemicals and asked for international investigation of these allegations and the evidence adduced to support them. I was informed by various Western newspapers that no observers had found harmful results through the use of these chemicals and that no condemnatory comment had been made by the International Control Commission. It is odd that this is advanced on behalf of that omission. The function of the Commission was to regulate and prevent intervention from the outside. The failure of this international might have been advised to listen to the voice of America on January 6, 1963. It was stated that during the year the American Air Force carried out 50,000 attacks on villages and upon virtually all of the peasant population outside of the strategic hamlets. This report was confirmed by the United States Defense Department. Senator Michael Mansfield of Montana stated that there were American troops in every fighting action in Vietnam. Senator Mansfield referred to the action as America's Secret War. Areas in which heavy guerrilla activity was Liberation Red Cross and in part by the Foreign Minister of North Vietnam. It has been offered to any international agency for impartial consideration. The replies to my setting out of this evidence were indicative of Western attitudes towards this war. Dennis B. Ellsworth, the Far Eastern correspondent of The Observer, blandly stated that I was apparently referring to the defoliation campaign known as Operation Ranch Hand, and said that the weed killers were popularly known in America and had been used widely without causing harm to animals or to humans. He contended that a propaganda campaign was being employed in which it was falsely said that these chemicals had ill effects, and suggested that I was assisting in a communist propaganda. Let us now consider some of the statements which have appeared in the American and British press over the past 2 years. These statements will help to indicate the nature of the war and the validity of the editorial processes which have peppered my appeals about the situation in Vietnam. With respect to the contention that Americans served only as advisors, it is worth looking at the New York Times of March 17. It was stated that, after 2 Vietnamese pilots pulled out of formation and launched a full attack on Diem's palace, Americans were designated to accompany every Vietnamese pilot on a mission. The Saturday Excelling Post of March 23, 1963, published a long report in which it contradicted the New York Times statement that Uniformed Americans were solely advisors and trainers. The PASS report said, "Virtually all THC fighting is done by us troops." Richard Hughes in the Sunday Times of January 13, 1963, of the Washington fiction that no United States troops are involved in combat and that United States officers and trainers are on the scene MCRCLY to advise, support and assist. The Americans are now more than helicopters and scores of reconnaissance and troop RT planes in the combat areas. Probably half of all NTNBing and strafing missions of the South Vietnam Air Force are undertaken by Americans serving as pilots and co-pilots. It is illustrative, as well, of the nature of this war to quote the New York Times and other American papers for 51. It is interesting to examine these weed killers and their effects. The Times of May 16, 1963, disclosed the death by pesticide of birds of 58 species and described 50 pesticides in widespread use as responsible for acute poisoning of animals and human beings. President Kennedy found it necessary to halt their use and to begin a formal investigation. It was stated in the United States that chemicals used there for purposes of defoliation and the killing of weeds resulted in California in 1,100 cases of serious illness and 150 deaths. Dr. Jerome Weissner, the chief sciencey advisor to President Kennedy, designated unregulated use of these weed killers as potentially more dangerous than radioactive fallout. The actual use of those weed killers has killed and caused serious illness in Britain, the United States and Scandinavia. Napalm is a chemical which burns unremittingly and cannot be extinguished. The victims suppurate before terrified observers. The object of this weapon is to create hysteria and panic, as well as to annihilate. This WM.N has been used on over 4 villages. The United States has spent $1 million daily on the war. The Observer of September 8, 1963, estimates that there has been an average number of 4,000 casualties monthly. The Central Intelligence Agency has spent an estimated sum monthly of $250,000 on private armies, espionage, and intrigue, according to the Times of September 10, 1963. This war was largely conducted under the nominal rule of Diem. Diem grew more and more reckless and was at last murdered in a coup which most aggressively was engineered by the United States, after a number of eminent Buddhist priests had burned themselves to death. It is noteworthy that the military oligarchy which sucks HLED complexed that he was secretly attempting to negotiate with the North, but not, noticeably, that his tyranny was unpalatable to the population. The death of Diem brought no amelioration. He had been, in fact, only the tool of the Americans, and the sole change brought by his death was that the Americans had open responsibility for whatever they had formerly blamed on Diem and for what was done under his regime. The National Liberation Front was formed on December 20, reported were denuded of population and then virtually obliterated. The New York Times managed to say on October 21, 1962, "Americans and Vietnamese march together, fight together, and die together, and it is hard to get much more involved than that. The New York Herald Tribune of November 23, 1962, stated, "The United States is deeply involved in the biggest secret war in its history. Never have so many CS military men been involved in a combat area without any formal program to inform the fought without official public about what is happening. It is a war public reports or with reports on the number of troops involved or the amount of money and equipment being poured in. This war in which 7 million people have placed in internment camps, 160,005 killed, tortured, imprisoned requiring camps was described by The Nation of January 19, 1963. It is dirty, cruel war. As dirty and as cruel as the war waged by the French forces in Algeria, which so shocked the American. The Nation continued. The truth is that the United States Army, some miles from home, is fighting to bolster up an open and brutal dictatorship in an undeclared war that has never received the constitutional sanction of the United States Congress. The concealment to which I have referred has included the effects of what were euphemistically called weed killers. Dennis Bloodworth described how in April, 1963, South Vietnamese officials rubbed defoliation on their hands and arms in the presence of foreign correspondents who had selected the canisters from which it should be drawn and in one case drank some of it. 52. 53. They are in the records of battle listed as communists. Anyone killed is automatically a Viet Cong. On January 25, 1963, Life had photos of napalm bombings with the following caption. Swooping low across enemy-infested land, U.S. pilot instructors watch Vietnamese napalm strike. The object of the fire tumbling is to sear all foliage and to flush the enemy into the open. The New York Times also reported that VS advisors made a tally of guerrilla corpses after each battle to make sure that DM's troops were using American equipment to maximum advantage, so that they could display a good bag. In the light of all this evidence, it is strange to find the New York Times saying on April 8, 1963, napalm has been used by the South Vietnam Air Force and has certainly killed innocent people, as other weapons have done in all wars. American advisors have opposed its implement on both moral and practical grounds against all except clearly identified military targets. This definition to include 60% of the villages, hospitals, and clinics and all peasants who run or look dangerous. This editorial reply contradicts the New York Times' own news reports ATXUT American use and insistence on the use of napalm and other weapons on non-military areas. Many people in the Pentagon are urging that the war should be extended to an invasion of North Vietnam. President Johnson has announced that those countries which are directing and supplying the communist guerrillas in South Vietnam are playing a deeply dangerous game. A map in the New York Times of April 1, 1962, shows the forces of the Liberation Front in the far south around Saigon, and nowhere near the borders of Laos or North Vietnam. Both British and American reporters have stated that primitive guerrilla weapons have been used by the Viet Cong, in addition to those plentiful supplies captured from the forces of unifying the various elements of revolt against American domination. By 10,000 DM troops had deserted and joined the guerrillas with their arms. Let us consider again the treatment accorded to this popular revolt. Homer Bigart described in the New York Times of January 30, March 27, March 29, April 1, April 4, April 20, May 10, June 24 and July 25, all in the following program. The rounding up of the entire rural population in strategic hamlets, the burning of all abandoned villages with the grain and possessions of the inhabitants and the locking of strategic villages behind barbed wire. It is clear that the majority of the inhabitants wish their country to be neutral. This the American government cannot tolerate. The euphemisms used for the military operations which have belatedly been acknowledged to be the full responsibility of the United States are instructive. Operation Sunrise, pacification of the West and Morning Star resulted, in the area attacked, in the destruction of all villages, fields, and crops. In 1962 alone, according to General Paul D. Harkins, peasants were killed. The Christian Science Monitor described this process on March 8, 1963. Since the army finds sullen villagers and does not know which are pro-communist and which are merely dissatisfied with Saigon, and since the army must do its job, it shoots anyone seen running or looking dangerous. It often shoots the wrong peasants. National Front. In this common front, all Kaunbai_net had suffered and decided on armed I constitute and Kugmization of many segments of the population. Comd_mists alike of DMS regime, and ethnic whose wa live to the bigot, din dm, of South landlords md the frcmt agams the y. 54. 55. War throughout its history. The Western press has hesitatingly discovered some of the facts about this war during the last 2 years. The Western peace movement has been conspicuously silent or restrained in its setting out of the truth about the war. The war has had no its extension will bring direct conflict between the Cold War powers, with the possible destruction of mankind as the culmination of this folly. The tragedy in Vietnam indicates the extent to which it is possible to hide or disguise terrible crimes, and it is time that people in the West raised their voices for an end to the bloodshed. The nominal government of South Vietnam. The London Times of February 24 has stated that it is now considered doubtful whether the government of South Vietnam has any will to win the war. The Observer of March 1, 1964, quoted an American official as stating that the trouble lay in the fact that, while the United States wished to extend the war, the Vietnamese only wanted to end the war. The situation which faces those who have conducted this war is grave. Should the United States retire and allow victory to the NLF? Should America engage in a naked war of conquest, which will be clearly seen as such, and attempt to establish again a government dependent entirely upon alien armed force? This enemy controls nearly 70% of South Vietnam. The majority of the NLF was described as non-communist by former Premier Tran Van Hue in Paris, as reported in The Observer. The Viet Cong official policy asks for a neutral and disengaged South Vietnam. Despite all the attempts on the part of the Western press to describe this war as one in which a helpless democratic people is under ruthless attack from an aggressive communist neighbor, it is evident that the NLF is a popular front which has fought an appalling tyranny in South Vietnam and has been opposed by the United States at an incalculable cost to the population. Why is this non-communist, neutralist, popular front so ruthlessly opposed? Even the Communist North has declared, through Ho Chi Minh, that it wishes to be unified with the South on terms of neutrality in the Cold War and independence of Russia, China, and the West. The policy of the United States, which has led to the prospect of an American invasion of North Vietnam, will likely bring on Chinese involvement, with war with as the result. The Soviet Union would then be drawn in. There are few parallels with the war in Vietnam. It has lasted nearly 2 decades. Two Western industrial powers of overwhelming might have fought peasant guerrillas in a manner reminiscent of Japanese during the Second World War. Everything short of nuclear weapons has been employed. Atrocity has characterized the conduct of the Chapter 3 Free World Barbarism. December 1964. A distressing aspect of world politics is the extent to which liberals and even socialists have accepted the basic assumptions of the large and powerful forces behind the Cold War. Role of the United States as a perpetual intruder in the international affairs of other nations is taken as sacred. The right of the United States to interfere in countries, if the social and political policies of those countries are incompatible with private economic power, is happily accepted. Instead of questioning private, corporate capitalism and its overseas commitments have become identified with American national interests. Liberals and many socialists accept this sinister sleight of hand. It is this sleight of hand which has successfully climaxed the left in American politics. The investments in the Congo are sacred. If they are threatened, then freedom is proclaimed to be in danger, and the U.S. government and its military arm are brought to bear. If a national uprising takes place in Vietnam, American intervention is called response to external aggression, as if America had the right to treat a country on the borders of China as a part of her national territory. Dissent calls itself a quarterly of socialist opinion. In the summer 1964 issue THCRC are several statements in its editorial, Last Chance in Vietnam, which are odd. Even CS military men no longer say the war in South Vietnam and be won. The question now is how to minimize losses. But if continuing the present policy means a hopeless attrition of the Vietnamese people, it must stress that simply for the VS to pre-world barbarism pull out of the A country would mean something quite as inhumane. For it would then be a matter of months, at most, before the country was completely under communist control, and there would almost certainly follow a slaughter in the south of all those who have fought against the communists. To abandon these now, after years of bitter civil war, would be an act of callousness. This statement sums up the ignorance and confusion of many well-meaning Americans who choose not know the true role of the United States in world or the true facts about conflicts such as that in Vietnam. I am certain that until Americans on the L*foot challenge the right of the United States to suppress national revolts, to overthrow governments and to equate sordid economic exploitation with national interest or the defense of freedom, Goldwater and his fellows will reign, in effect if not in name. If, for example, it is thought legitimate to wage full-scale war against Vietnamese guerrillas, then it is, indeed, half-hearted to stop at the 17th parallel or the Chinese border. It is not the tactic of a world army for counter-revolution which should be disputed by the American LCFT, it is the policy itself which should challenged. If the usurpation of power in America by the military and the large industrialists is credited with national or democratic aims, then both American democracy and world peace are sacrificed by default. Dissent is tragically wrong about Vietnam. I know of few wars fought more cruelly or more destructively, or with a greater display of naked cynicism, than the war waged by the United States against the peasant population of South Vietnam. It is a war which epitomizes the indifferency to individual freedom, national sovereignty, and popular well-being which is so characteristic of the world policy of the military and industrial groups controlling the United States. My mess contain material on the war in Vietnam which tells of horrible inhumanities. It is important to set it before Americans. An examination of the facts exposes several myths. The 58. 59. Anti-communist nationalists held in internment at Paulo Condor Island and other camps for anti-communist prisoners indicate the vast extent of oppression in South. The leader of Buddhists in the National Liberation Front is the Venerable Thich Thien Hau. His estimates concerning the results of the war are, dead by mid-1963, 700 CCO tortured and maimed, 4 Comol imprisoned, 31 CCO raped, disemboweled with livers cut out while alive, 4,000 burned alive, 1 temples destroyed, 46 villages attacked with poisonous chemicals, 16 CCO camps existing or under construction. By mid-1962 over half of South Vietnam's rural population was held in these strategic hamlets and by mid-1963 their number had risen to over SCVCN million. These camps are distinguished by spikes, moats, machine gun turrets, patrols and forced labor. The appellation concentration camp given by the DPV Wit paper seems just. The DIV report for September 1963 has a particularly sobering fact. 40% of enemy casualties claimed by the government are those of guerrillas and 60% are those of peasants not involved in the military struggle. It is revealing that by Enid 1963 the secret police numbered 300,000. So huge an army of oppressors suggests the suffering which has inflicted, and if the excesses of catch agent on each individual occasion were collated, we should have an adequate idea of the kind of freedom upheld by the United States in Vietnam. The US government embarked on the program of strategic villages under the Staley-Taylor Plan. The declared intention was to separate guerrillas from the peasantry, depriving them of food, shelter, and recruits. The DPV report for September 1963 also gave an account of life in the strategic hamlets. Strategic hamlets mean TSRCED labor under 300 CX and secret police. The program is planned for 15 million people. It is the only conflict on record in which every means is employed to destroy one's own people. Series of National Liberation Front is a communist organization. The United States is defending the freedom and well-being of the populace. the National Liberation Front is controlled from outside the country. The United States is merely advising and assisting an indigenous government which is responsive to the of South Vietnam. The United States calculated attacks on North Vietnam had been provoked by that country. The Central Intelligence Agency acts as if it were an independent government, and on many occasions it has called the tune in South Vietnam. There is not very much to choose between the Central Intelligence Agency and the more polished diplomats who proclaim their love of freedom in Washington and at the United Nations. I have in mind President Johnson and Ambassador Stevenson. These people are responsible for the tragedy in Vietnam. Much of my data comes from a publication, Sword of Free Vietnam, which is the official organ of the Democratic Party of Vietnam, a virulently anti-communist group composed of former officials and sympathizers of the South Vietnamese governments prior to that of the LACDM. The motto of this party is, "For the defeat of communism in the interests of free men everywhere." Much of the data is incomplete as it was compiled up to late. The scope of the tragedies is bemader than partial figures can suggest. The accounts of brutality and suffering are conservative. Sword of Free Vietnam quoted General Paul D. Harkins, chief of US military operations in Vietnam, as stating that in 1962 alone Vietnamese were killed. A white paper of the DPV, for 1963, put the number of dead by late 1962 at by mid-1962 over. People had been put in camps designated by the DPV white paper as concentration camps, and so described in the report. Quoting the white paper in the Angeles Times of October 19, Student Peace Union Bulletin for April 1963 stated that by late 1962 as many as 45 CCO students alone are kept in South Vietnam's concentration camps. The number of people interned by 1963 on Paulo Condor Island was 300 CCO. The DRV white paper placed the number of ATTANS on unarmed villages with American and assistance. THRCC 100,000 secret belice committed atrocities. Farm KND and Sour ES Time magazine of May 17, was quoted in Start of Vietnam July. Already villagers 59% of South Vietnam's population are living in the hamlets so far peeved. Clement of the government's plan is to resettle the entire rural population in strategic hamlets with barbed wire and armed militia. DPV repaired was quoted in a letter to the Dallas News of January 1, in an appalling account of resettlement. Supplique the fortified is to keep Viet Cong out. But bartered wire denies entrance and exit. Vietnamese farmers are forced at gunpoint into these virtual concentration camp near homes, and are unarmed. In the province of Kien Tuong, 7 villagers were led to the town square. Their stomachs were slashed, their livers extracted and put display. These victims were women and children. In another village, a down mothers were more the eyes of compatriots. In still another village, expectant mothers were invited to the square by government forces to unearthed. Their stomachs were and ton bikes removed. On 18, DPV submitted a report to the International Control Omission. It specified among its complaints decapitations, eviscerations, and the public display of murdered women and children. People have been maimed by firearms. These accounts and these data convey what Tran Van Rung, leader the DPV, felt when he stated during an interview on CBS, reported in the DPV Bulletin for September 1963, "It is certainly an ironic way to protect the masses." Fan heard them extend wire walls under police drawl, to subject them to intensive indoctrination, to burn their villages. PMR as the Vietnam *SCR, they are domestic. The Federation of Scientists quoted Defense Department Sour CCS on the subject of chemical and biological warfare. It concluded that chemical poisons are used by the United States in South Vietnam and that South Vietnam has been used as a proving ground for chemical and biological warfare. The United States government admits that defoliants and other chemicals have been used extensively and that they have caused the destruction of fruit trees, vegetables, cattle, and domestic animals. The South Vietnamese and Russian Red Cross has offered evidence to any international investigatory body showing that over people were caused severe illness accompanied by vomiting, bleeding, paralysis and loss of sight and consciousness. Other more deadly chemicals cited by the Liberation Red Cross are white arsenic, arsenite sodium and arsenite calcium, lead manganese arsenates, DNP and DNC, and cakic cyanamide. These chemicals were sprayed over densely populated areas of considerable size. Ma Ti-chu, representing the Vietnam Women's Union and the National Liberation Front, told last year's World Congress of Women, during the period from January to March 19,631, when chemicals were used against 46 villages, 20,000 people were affected, many of them 110, children and old people. I have been on the SPT. I have XC.N children with swollen LCs and NDs covered with burns. I have met women blinded or suffering from sanguinolent diarrhea. Many of them died afterwards. I have seen the luxuriant vegetation of the Mekong Delta devastated by chemicals. Our enemies have thus attacked all life, human, animal and vegetable. The Baltimore Sun of March 21, 1964 carried an associated dispatch from SA*Henri Ng Comley. 62. We supply a phosphorus explosive fired from artillery and from fighter bombers which erupts in a white cloud, burning everything it touches. I am reminded of the argument of an eminent Nazi that he did not kill a single Jew, he provided the lorries. On March 22, 1964, the Washington Star carried an Associated Press report which said, "The spectacle of children half alive with napalm burns across their bodies was revolting to both Vietnamese and Americans." When us journals brag off military exploits in Vietnam, it defies human imagination to visualize the horror involved. When, for example, the Voice of America transmitted a US Defense Department report declaring that in alone the U.S. Air Force carried out 50,002 attacks on virtually the entire rural population outside of strategic hamlets, how much suffering, destruction second brutality to these familiar words of war. When the Saturday Evening Post declaims virtually all of the fighting is done by us troops, it becomes clear who bears responsibility for the indiscriminate murder, arson, and destruction inflicted on this devastated country. The New York Times unwittingly RCPRTS, on occasion, what it is at pains editorially to deny. Many of the enemy dead reported by the government to have been shot were ordinary peasants shot down because they fled from villages as troops entered. It is possible that some were Viet Cong sympathizers, but others were running away because they did not want to be rounded up for military conscription or forced labor. Nguyen Thi Binh, an anti-communist leader of DPV, cried out like Job. The people cannot follow the strange logic which decrees that they should be shot or imprisoned in the name of freedom. Offered the very finest facilities for forced labor, they rebel, installed in the newest of camps, they protest. Showered with napalm bombs, they are so ungrateful as to think. 63. In terms of a new government, the charred bodies of innocent women, children, and peasants, lying in their fields, the bullet-riddled corpses of Buddhist demonstrators, this is the South Vietnam of today. In spite of the slaughter of their children, the peasants, incredible as it may seem, still dislike the Americans. These almost unbelievable atrocities have been committed by troops under American authority, an authority chosen by more than half of the voters of America. Those who voted otherwise were, for the most part, demanding even harsher measures. In the name of freedom, pregnant women were ripped open, and the electorate did not rebel. Every American who voted Republican or Democratic shares the guilt of these sanguinary deeds. America, the self-proclaimed champion of freedom to torture and kill women and children for the crime of wishing to go on living in their homes. Is it surprising that American proclamations are looked on coldly? It is sometimes stated by us authorities that the war in Vietnam is used as an opportunity to test weapons, men, and anti-guerrilla methods. The American Federation of Scientists report shows the US military did not hesitate to admit this. They often express their enthusiasm to the press. Reports appeared in Look magazine of December 23, 1963 and circulated throughout the American press. The Army tested small-caliber ammunition as long ago as the 1920s, but it was not until the recent combat experience in Vietnam that it really sat up and took notice. About ARs were sent out by the Hush Hush Advanced Research Projects Agency in the Defense Department. A report has been issued marked Secret BCC OSC of the gory pictures in it. The story of what happens to Viet Cong guerrillas who get hit with the AR-15 is being kept under heavy wraps. But, aware that the enemy already knows what the AR-15 does, you can find an occasional returns who will tell you what he saw. When I left out there it was the rifle. The effect is fantastic. 64. 65. I saw one guy hit in the arm. It spun him around and blew the arm right off. One got hit in the back and it blew his heart literally out of his body. A man hit in the buttocks lived for 5 minutes. All others died instantly. His wound would have BCC and superficial with other bullets. The fellow had his head blown clean off, only the stump of the neck left. The article is accompanied by a photograph of a 5-year-old child with his arm shattered and in tatters. What words are appropriate for such barbarism of which the military are proud? The National Liberation Front was founded in December, 1960. It has a 31-member Central Committee headed by a non-communist lawyer. Represented on the Central Committee are leading Buddhist priests, Catholic priests, Protestant clergy, small businessmen, professional groups, and 3 anti-government parties. Few will challenge the estimate made in a report of the DPV in July 1963 that 75% of the people, in varying degrees, sub-MRT the rebels who dominate 90% of the land. Many sources, including American sources, claim a higher proportion of rebel support. It is clear that the rebels of South Vietnam speak for the people of that country. Any other view is insupportable. Even General Paul D. Harkin stated, the guerrillas are not being reinforced or supplied systematically from North Vietnam, China, or any place else. They depend for weapons primarily on whatever they can capture. On December 10, 1962 Newsweek quoted a US captain as all the communists in South Vietnam have is their dedication. If I was in their shoes, I'd be pretty sore at Hanoi for letting me down. David Halberstam in the New York Times of March 6, 1964. No CNUR of North Vietnamese in the South has come to light. These statements refute the official US posture and also indicate the odds against which the rebels have fought. In assessing the information about this atrocious war, it is instructive to note the coincidence of reports from the National Liberation Front and the Democratic Party of Vietnam, despite the political opposition between them. The reports in Western newspapers have appeared, it would seem, in spite of US efforts to hide the true nature of the war. The Associated Press issued a dispatch from Washington on May 5. A potentially explosive document in the hands of a House subcommittee is reported to lay down administration guidance for restricting movement of covering the warfare in South Vietnam, keep away from areas where fighting is being done entirely or almost entirely by US troops. Keep reporters away from any area which will show the failure to attract full allegiance of South Vietnamese people. When slogans about freedom are put aside, some of the more basic purposes for this war emerge. The Divi Report, 4 September, 1963 reveals. A tremendous dope smuggling racket has seen the light of day. Wife of a prominent one of the key figures is Madame. It was also reported in the New York Herald Tribune of February 3, 1964 that General Khan boasted he had $10 million and could flee to lead a life of ease if he wanted to. The most revealing article, however, was carried in Aviation Week for April 6. 66. 67. An air cargo company, Air America, incorporated in Delaware, is currently the principal instrument for the extension of the war in Laos, Cambodia, and North Vietnam. This company has some 200 aircraft used under charter. It is airlifting South Vietnamese specialty are stop persecution, arrest, detention, and harassment of patriots and of opposition, of individuals and parties. We shall cancel the barbarous prison regime, especially torture, penitence, brainwashing and ill treatment of prisoners. Refrain from setting up in South Vietnam any form of dictatorial regime, either nepotic and militarist or set up by a group or party, and refrain from carrying out a mono-party or mono-religious policy, a policy of dictatorship in ideology, politics, religions, and economy. Free general elections to elect organs and to form a national coalition government composed of representatives of all forces, parties, tendencies, and strata of the South Vietnamese people. A policy of neutrality. The US government, however, is in violation of its own official declaration at the conclusion of the Geneva Conference of July 21, 1954, we see note of the agreements and of paragraphs 1 to 12 inclusive of the final declaratum. The US will refrain from threat or use of force to disturb them, and would view any renewal of aggression with grave concern. Land ASL a threat to international peace and security. This declaration by W. Beadley Smith established American support for the Geneva Conference report providing for neutrality, elections, and non-interference. But US troops are the only foreign troops in Vietnam today. W.W.R. Mo, director of the State Department's Policy Planning Board, advanced a plan known as Plan 6 providing for a naval blockade and air raids against North Vietnam. Representative Melvin Laird stated in a committee of the U.S. House of Representatives that the U.S. administration is preparing plans for a strike into North Vietnam. The Associated Press reported a combat force of 50 jet bombers training in the Philippines in preparation for bombing of targets in North Vietnam. The bombers are said to be furnished with intelligence data obtained by U-2 reconnaissance planes. During the Honolulu Conference of June 1964, attended by Secretaries Rusk and McNamara, it appears plans for air raids and sabotage against North Vietnam were discussed. I take these references from a letter which I received from the Foreign Minister of North Vietnam. They have been amply supported by independent sources, as well as American sources. Substantiation for the contention that the United States has been deliberately provoking North Vietnam can found in Aviation Week for April 6, 1964. War against the Communists has already erupted over the borders of South Vietnam with raids and infiltration moves as far north as China. With CS backing in aircraft, weapons, and money, an estimated 50,000 elite South Vietnamese troops are being trained to take the offensive in over-the-border strikes at Communist supply centers and communication routes. Despite Defense Secretary McNamara's implication in Washington that the decision has not yet been made to extend the war, it is known here that guerrilla strikes against the Communists have been increasing since last summer. Despite this disclosure of plans and preparations, when the aggression actually occurred, US officials had no qualms about feigning utter surprise. Aviation Week on to discuss the specific preparations. Key factor in the current raids is the airlift provided by Air America, a US cargo company absolutely committed to remain in South Vietnam and reiterated that the war may be brought to North Vietnam soon. On April 13, 1964, the Wall Street Journal reported that US planned South Viet 71. Names bombing attacks on the North may commence as late May or early June. After all these announcements, when THC US finally attacked, the American press, which for days and weeks had the announcements, pretended shock and amazement as if the United States had been an innocent victim of surprise attack. Senator Wayne Morse has been more honest and stated after a secret briefing by Dean Rusk, an expanded war in Asia could only win if we used nuclear weapons. The report of James Cameron bears this out. The grim thing about Plan 6 is that it has no end. If Hanoi must be bombed, Shanghai must be bombed to stop Chinese help to North Vietnam. American and British warnings are reflected in the memorandum sent to me and others by the Chinese chargé d'affaires on July 30. US warships intruded into the northern territorial waters of the Democratic Republic of Vietnam and shelled Han Me and Han Ngu Islands. On August 2, US airplanes bombed a border post and village of the Democratic Republic of Vietnam. The bombing of coastal towns of the Democratic Republic of Vietnam on August 5 was a premeditated move by US imperialism to extend the war step by step. The Manchester Guardian editorial of August 1 R. 1964 confirmed that the movement of the 7th Fleet into the Gulf of Tonkin was calculated and directly related to naval attacks by the South Vietnamese Navy. A new account is now emerging in Washington. The North Vietnamese islands of Han My and Han Ngu had indeed been attacked from the sea, as Hanoi had alleged, before the crisis blew up. This is now admitted in Washington. The attackers were South Vietnamese ships, not the 7th Fleet, but that distinction may not seem so significant in Hanoi as in Saigon, and at that point the US destroyer Maddox sailed into the Gulf of Tonkin. Nonetheless, as far as the US press is concerned, all the warnings and admissions, the leak of Plan 6, the formerly acknowledged preparations for extending the war by the US government, are ignored in descriptions of the attacks on North Vietnam. The knowledge of editors and of railroaders is not brought to bear on the situation. The editors and reporters instead bear false witness. American dissenters, liberals, and socialists who identify with the presentation of the events in Vietnam and who accept the interpretation of national interests set out by the military and the industrialists, may be asked if they consider the facts discussed in this article to comprise a model of the free world. Can national interest be allowed to mask such barbarism, however interpreted? Is it not time for national interest, the free world and the principles of American dissenters to be scrutinized more closely? The time for protest is overdue. WC may hope it is not too late and that this war of atrocity may be ended. Chapter 4 Danger in Southeast Asia. March, the Americans have at last succeeded too late, alas, in shocking the conscience of mankind. They have engaged for years in endeavoring to sumu inferior races at home and abroad, but these acts have been excused as occasional excursions of a too energetic population. The British government has applauded them and has maddened itself in unspeakable cruelties. But, in the endeavor to exterminate the inhabitants of South Vietnam in the sacred name of freedom, they have now adopted the use of what we are told is non-lethal BS. For some reason, which I not quite understand, people who thought nothing of the murder of babies and the torture of women and children are shocked by this new method of warfare. It is not their present shock that is astonishing, but their previous indifference. The present cries of horror are amply justified. What our press tell us about these American non-lethal gases is that, when employed against an army, they induce a state of nausea or in way render the victims incapable of action for a period. During this period, however, it is clear that the possessor of the gas and murder his enemy, or imprison him, or capture his citadel so that is killed or, when he comes to, finds the battle has been lost. This is bad enough, but the recent history of Americans in Vietnam makes one doubt whether it is rally the whim i.e. truth. Are the gases really non-lethal? One remembers the defoliants which were said to poison only vegetation, but, in fact, also are extinct animals and human beings. We have told that they were harmless wheelers and that to the of 73. Its crops is no grave matter. We learnt, slowly and with difficulty, that what were called killers were, in fact, poisons of which, after observation of their ETX, the in the United States has been forbidden. I cannot remember what excuse was given for the use of napalm bombs which burn people alive in UNSFCAB and prolonged agony. The American authorities have, in FXT, indulged in a vast career of concerted lying. A government official, the Assistant Secretary of Defense, Mr. Arthur Sylvester, stated publicly in December, 1962, that lying is a way for a government to unnot, for, the suspicion that the non-lethal gases are, in fact, lethal and that the purpose of their employment is the depopulation of Vietnam, North and South. We have been told on high American authority that the next step America will take will be the destruction of China. When China has TKN destroyed, Americans will turn to giving assistance to their HCNCHRRN in the British Labour Party in their struggles in Malaysia. She will then liberate various other, hitherto happy, countries in Asia and Africa. When these tasks accomplished, America will rook the world. No one will dare to resist, since resistance will be useless. A population rendered cruel by wholesale slaughter will feel no restraint in practicing cruelties, by this time become habitual, in any part of the world. Is there anything that can be done to prevent this universal empire of evil? Certainly the first step is to help the people of Vietnam in their efforts to win and preserve their freedom. As for the further steps, if mankind is to be preserved from the threat of a nuclear war, there is only one hope for the world, which is that the TRTTCRC judgments in the American population will refuse to follow collective mass murderers on their fatal course and will restore to mankind permission to remain alive. This is a work in which individuals as well as nations and parties can *RT. It may that if the greater part of mankind expresses, forcibly, a horror of such a prospect and the almost universal hatred of America which its success would entail, Elena Ents in America would Res 74 Chapter 5 The Cold War, A New Phase. February, 1965 Man is a quarrelsome and power-loving animal. Life without power and without quarrels would seem to him a tame and tedious affair. From the combination of quarrels and love of power most of history proceeds, and, more particularly, wars and empires. The possible size of empires increases with the advance of technology. Cyrus, whose empire was the first of any magnitude in Western history, depended for the stability of his empire upon a great road from Susa to Sardis. To travel on a horse from one of these places to the other took a month for an emissary of state, but 3 months for a private traveler. Roads dominated history from the time of Cyrus until empires began to depend upon sea power. Next came railways, and, then, air power. Many of the most important events in history were determined by roads. For example, Constantine adopted Christianity in York and immediately marched on Rome, arriving at its gates before his change of Eluliki had become known within the city. That is why most of the West is Christian. For thousands of years no stable empire could be as large as the world and, therefore, men's quarrelsome instincts remain satisfied. A new thing that has happened in our day is that a stable empire can be as large as the world. This is the result of nuclear weapons, and has caused perplexity to all who live by slaughter. The result of the invention of nuclear weapons is that war may exterminate our species and may, therefore, fail to satisfy any of the desires which have inspired the wars of earlier periods. In this situation, statesmen remain perplexed. All the satisfying wars of earlier times have become impossible. The trained by those who have some feeling for human Velsra. These are, I am convinced, the great majority of Americans 81%, according to a Gallup poll. There is no reason why we should sit down and overridden passively by organized murderers. It should still be possible, though it is getting daily more difficult, to induce Americans to CHCNSE a government not composed of savage exterminators, a government with some respect for human rights and happiness. The British people, despite the attitude of the leaders of the two great parties, can help to bring this about. The action of the 94 Law and your MPS and of important trade unions in protesting against the American aggression, is a step in the right direction. White men, generally, have been accustomed to some centuries of supremacy, but the day has come when men of other colors demand equality, possibly in combination with the better elements in the white nations. It may prove possible for more radical views to prevail. But it is necessary for these radical views to be strong and clear statements based on trustworthy information. This is a slender hope, but it is all that the present can justify. 76. The Cold War, a new phase? 77. Only probable alternatives that remain are peace or extermination. In this situation, traditional statecraft collapses. The old phrases become hollow, and the old aims of policy become unattainable. This fact has begun to be understood even by politicians and is necessitating new forms of the Cold War. Until very recently, the traditional love of war and hope for victory fitted the developed powers of the world into two camps, East and West. The final conflict was imagined as unlasting for an hour or two and ending with 6 Americans and 5 Russians, or vice versa, thus giving final and absolute victory to the 6. But, gradually, this picture lost its attractiveness. Warlike ferocity could not be sustained at a level involving the destruction of everything and everybody that had been loved or had been a cause of delight. It has come to be felt that a global nuclear war must be avoided. This requires new policies and an abandonment of the simple bipolar organization that has satisfied statesmen since nuclear weapons were invented. America, faced by this new situation, has developed a new policy, the aim of which is to transfer to America as much as possible of what used to belong to West European powers. Wherever Britain or France or Italy were involved in a difficult colonial war, America would come to the assistance of the power concerned and, by financial and military superiority, would gradually oust the former imperialist masters, thus replacing the former colonial empires with a puppet state of its own. This PR, as some of you may remember, I made a speech at the London School of Economics on February 15 in which I, first, recalled the election manifesto of the Labour Party before last year's general election and, then, compared it with what the Labour government had been doing. It appeared that the Labour government's record had completely failed to make even a beginning of carrying out its electoral promises. Today, I wish to consider THC actions of the Labour government since that time and to inquire, in view of their record, how anybody can continue to support them. The Labour government, as I shall try to persuade you, has acted in complete subservience to the government of the United States. Those who had hoped for any improvement in international policies, have suffered a double misfortune. There were elections both in America and in Britain. In both elections, the more ferocious party was defeated. After those elections, the governments which had been elected adopted the policy of their defeated opponents. The result has been a growth of atrocious cruelty in various parts of the world. Attempts have been made to conceal THCSC acts. I wish to join those who try to defeat such attempts. In my speech of February 15, one came to the conclusion that the only promise concerning foreign policy made by the Labour 85 Party in its electoral manifesto which the Lackner government had carried out in its early months of office was to appoint a minister for disarmament in the Foreign Office. After a year, this remains THC some of the government's achievement in carrying out its promises. But I propose now to consider what the government has. The sins of the present British government in foreign policy are of two sorts. There are minor sins which consist of desperate efforts to hang on to some shreds of the decaying British Empire, and there are other, much worse, sins which consist of supporting America in unspeakable atrocities. Of the former sort, one might mention Aden, where Britain is carrying out her old imperialist policies in support of her continuing imperialism in the Far East. One may mention, also, North Borneo where we have a large army at war with Indonesia. British Guyana has a constitution forced upon it by the Tories and so gerrymandered as to be totally unacceptable to the majority of the inhabitants. This constitution, our present Labour government continues to support. In all these cases its policy is merely a continuation of the bad policy of previous governments. In Rhodesia, the situation is in doubt. Though up to this time the Labour government has continued Tory policy, it now appears to be making some effort to support majority rule there. It remains to be seen if it will act strongly, or merely talk. To come nearer home, the government has issued a white paper concerned with the problem of immigration. It has attacked none of the problems which renake the present immigration dimkajati problems such as housing and education of immigrants, but it merely proposes to limit the numbers of immigrants. Even third, it misses the point. Its proposals would limit the unskilled immigrants who are necessary to the British economy as geared, but leaves loopholes whereby the number of it is now skilled workers remains high while our own skilled workers, themselves, emigrate. But what is much more serious is our government's support of America no matter what America may do. The holders of power in America have invented a myth by which they profess to justify cruelties equaling those of Hitler. This myth has two sides. On the one hand, it holds that all communists are wicked, on the other hand, it holds that all movements of reform, everywhere, are inspired or captured by communists and are, therefore, to combat it from their inception. This myth is held to justify the upholding of corrupt governments wherever the United States has the power to do so. It is pretended that populations are not possibly like the sort of governments that communists inspire, or dislike the kind of tyranny which Americans describe as the free world. Throughout South America there are political contests between democratic parties and parties supported by America. The latter represents capitalism in its crudest form. But everywhere, excepting Cuba, American hostility has prevented the democratic parties from achieving power. The recent troubles in San Domingo are a case very much in point. The worst aspects of American dominion, however, are being displayed in South Vietnam, again supported by Britain. America has no vestige or shred of right to see any part in the affairs of Vietnam. When the French were finally expelled from Indochina, of which Vietnam was a part, an international congress at Geneva decided that Vietnam, North and South, should be independent and should, if they wished, be unified after free elections. Britain and Russia jointly were the initiators of this policy. The Americans, however, though they agreed to support it, did not like it. They sent observers to South Vietnam who reported that the country was too disturbed for elections. Americans proceeded to make friends with the small faction that had previously supported the French. Their observers became more and more numerous and more in the habit, as advisors, of giving orders to the puppet government which they installed. The population rebelled and the peasants were moved into strategic hamlets for their protection, it was said, but the hamlets were, in fact, concentration camps. They refused to submit and inaugurated guerrilla warfare. The guerrilla armies were nicknamed the Viet Cong, and the civilian the Labor Artes Foreign Eolici 87 authority which they acknowledged was called the National Liberation Front. A long, LCMG war began. So far, there is no PROSFCT of an CND to it. The chairman of the Senate gradually, we have been allowed to become aware that American troops in South Vietnam behave in a manner in which, one would have thought, no civilized troops would behave. They use napalm which adheres to the skin and causes unspeakable agony. They use gas to smoke out suspected Viet Cong hiding places. They attack civilians from the air. When they capture civilians, they torture them. According to the New York Times of October 3, there have been up to the beginning of civilians killed, maimed by torture, 5 cm burnt alive, disemboweled or beheaded, killed or maimed by chemical poisons, detained and tortured savagely. One of torture used by the American troops is partial electrocution or frying, as one United States advisor called it, by attaching live wires to male genital organs or to the breasts of Viet Cong women prisoners. Other techniques which are designed to force onlooking prisoners to talk, involve their watching the cutting off of the fingers, ears, fingernails or sexual organs of other prisoners. A string of ears decorates the wall of a government installation. These details were reported by the New York Herald Tribune on July 21, 1965. On July 18 of this year, the Associated Press reported, the wailing of women and the stench of burnt bodies greeted the troops as they marched in Beijia. A United States Air Force officer said, "When we are in a bind we unload on the whole area. We kill more women and children than we do Viet Cong, but the government TRCNPS just aren't available, so this is the only answer." I could continue indefinitely with such quotations. The stomachs of pregnant women have been ripped open and their unborn children publicly. 88. 89. Them and 9 rules of conduct for their guidance. These were printed in the Daily Worker, September 22, 1965, and are as follows. 1. Remember, we are guests here. We make no demands and seek no special treatment. 2. Join with the Pkopalk, understand their life, use phrases from their language and honor their customs and laws. 3. Treat women with politeness and respect. 4. Make personal friends among the soldiers and common people. 5. Always give the Vietnamese right of way. 6. Be alert to security and ready to react with your military skill. 7. Don't attract attention by loud, rude, or unusual behavior. 8. Avoid separating yourself from the people by a display of wealth or privilege. 9. Above all else, you are members of the US military forces on a difficult mission, responsible for all your umchal and personal these cards of exhortations, and reflect honor upon yourself and the United States of America. I ask you to contrast these precepts with THC actions of the armed forces of the US in Vietnam, to a few of which I called your attention a short time ago. For anyone interested in hypocrisy, these exhortations make an absorbing study. For anyone interested in humanity, this gilding of a very rotten and stinking lily is nauseating. But this propaganda campaign has been carried further than mere precepts. On September, our papers, most, if not all of them, carried reports of one of its most egregious actions. On September 10, the day of a children's festival in North Vietnam, American aircraft showered on 5 North Vietnamese cities 10,000 packages of toys, school supplies, and soap labeled from the children of South Vietnam to the children of North Vietnam. The United States and South Vietnamese psychological were exhibited. But the tale is sickening. I cannot bear to tell the whole of it, nor could you bear to listen. Meantime, of course, and again with our concurrence, the Americans have carried the war into North Vietnam, where they have deliberately bombed schools, hospitals and orphanages, more civilians than armed forces. They even proposed for a time to bomb the great dams, which would have caused such flooding and devastation and loss of life that the rest of the world cried out against it, and it has been ostensibly given up, and the US has denied that it ever had such an intention. There are other matters, such as the problem of the refugees, who are suffering exposure and starvation, and the public execution of prisoners. But there is not time for me to go into all the horrors, even if I would. Apropos of the public execution of prisoners, however, I should like to bring up another problem. These public executions were first indulged in by the United States forces and the South Vietnamese government. They have answered by reprisals in kind, though so far, I believe, fewer in number, by the Viet Cong. There is an acceleration in savagery which is to be expected, and which is one of the worst aspects of guerrilla war, indeed, any war. But this is the responsibility of the invader. I should like to call your attention to an article concerning the Congo which appeared in the Observer of August 29 entitled "Mercenary Exposes Horror," which was answered in the following week's Observer by a letter, "Congo Mercenaries." This letter points up what I am trying to say about the inevitable and limitless hardening of cruelty under the stress of war. The policies at present condoned by the Labor government involve, inevitably, the condoning of the methods of carrying them out. In the Congo, as well as in Vietnam, our Labor government has supported the United States. Concurrently with the savageries and unbridled cruelty of the war in Vietnam, the United States has initiated a program of sweetness and light. The VS forces there are given small cards urging a display of strength, understanding, and generosity upon 91. Apparently accepted and defended the opposition of its actions to its own promises of little more than a year ago. When I compare the horrors of the Vietnam War with the election manifesto of the Labor government, I find myself confronted with the most shameful betrayal of modern times in this country. Hitler, at least, seldom protzed humanity, but these men who now pollute the chairs of office professed, before election, the most noble and lofty ideals of human brotherhood. The British government has, it is true, made some apparent efforts to bring to an end the Vietnam War. It has refused to send troops to South Vietnam, but that, one suspects, was due to the fact that all the troops that we could spare were needed in Malaysia. R. Kingsley Martin, and Hofksers from Fair Experts, reports the Times on 11, devised THC packages for which the Vietnamese government paid. The 5 cities are all in an arca from 30 miles north of the border to 70 miles north of Hanoi. The report ends, in South Vietnam American and Vietnamese Marines pressed on with a search and destroy operation which has so far killed 167 guerrillas. The day before, the US aircraft had been employed in destroying bridges in North Vietnam. It is to be noted that the area over which the packages were rained upon the inhabitants had been bombed by the US forces. As the Daily Worker remarked, the precious parcels fell upon children, some of whom had no eyes to see them and no hands to grasp them, because of previous raids of the U.S. Air Force with high explosives, napalm and lazy dogs. The extreme cynicism of these propaganda actions has rarely, if ever, been equaled. Yet there has been little notice taken of them in our press save in the Daily Worker and very little outcry against them amongst the general public. We, through our government, are condoning such actions. If further evidence of the hypocrisy that we support is needed, there is plenty of it. On September 23, the U.S. ambassador to the United Nations said, "We seek only to ensure the independence of South Vietnam, an opportunity for its people to determine their own future, by the principles of self-determination." On September 23 he also said, in arguing against the admission of Communist China, the members of the United Nations, under the Charter, share a common responsibility to demonstrate to those who use violence that violence does not pay. It will be difficult for the Pope's plea for peace to move very deeply those who subscribe to such double talk, and our government is among such subscribers. Mr. Stewart's Handbook for Nations will hardly help. We must remember that this sort of thing is super root by a government for which we voted and which promised in its election manifesto things far different from these. It may be see that the government finds it easier than many laymen to accept the cynical opposition of words and savage cruelty, since it has 92. 93. Several universities joined 25 members of Parliament in requesting the visas on the ground of free speech and the right of the British people to hear the spokesman on foreign affairs of the NLF. But the Home Secretary refused to receive a delegation of these people to discuss the matter, as no useful purpose would be at the Labour Party conference. The executive refused to allow the emergency resolution of Nottingham City Labour Party calling for the granting of visas to BC put on the agenda. When the president of the Nottingham Labour Party tried to give a speech on the subject, the microphones were cut off by the chairman. And yet France has granted visas to them and they toured France. Sweden has officially invited them and Onada has granted them visas. Only Britain under the Labour government refuses. The Prime Minister, at Blackpool, said that were the members of the NLF coming for the purpose of serious negotiation they would come to the government. But since they were coming to speak to the British public, it was evident that they were coming for purposes of propaganda, and that could not be permitted. One wonders why Mr. Cabot Lodge was given a visa to come to speak at the teach-in at Oxford. It is to be noted that visas which the CND tried to obtain for representatives of North Vietnam have also been refused. The immediate situation is dark. The Labour government has not only not carried out its electoral promises, but has reversed them. In carrying out Tory policies and in its subservience to America, it is helping to bring the world to complete disaster. One must hope that opposition to this policy will grow stronger before long. Especially, it must hope that the young, who have not shared in the atrocities of Hiroshima and Nagasaki or in the shameful dishonesty of disarmament conferences, will retain their indignation as they grow older and will, at last, prevail upon mankind to permit the creation of that happier world which was once the aspiration of the Labour Party. For my part, I feel that I can no longer remain a member of this so-called party, and I am resigning after 51 years. It is time that a new movement leading to a new party more nearly like the movement for which Keir Hardie struggled, be formed to carry out the aspirations of those who have hitherto upheld the present party. At the end of this speech tore up my party membership. Chapter 8 Peace Thrashed Resistance to U.S. Imperialism. January 1966. Throughout the world today, increasing numbers of people concerned with peace and with social justice are describing U.S. imperialism as the common destroyer of peace and justice. To some, the expression US imperialism appears as a cliché because it is not part of their own experience. We in the West are the beneficiaries of imperialism. The spoils of exploitation are the means of our corruption. Because imperialism is not part of our experience, we do not recognize the aptness of the description for the economic and political policies of what President Eisenhower termed the military-industrial complex. Let us consider briefly the nature of US power. 3,3W military bases and vast mobile fleets, bearing missiles and nuclear bombers, are spread over our planet to protect the ownership and control by CS capitalism of 60% of the world's resources. 60% of the world's resources are owned by the rulers of 6% of the world's population. The aggressiveness of these empire imposes on mankind an expenditure of $1 million annually or $16 million each hour. The current arms expenditure exceeds the entire national income of all developing countries. It exceeds the world's annual exports of all commodities. It exceeds the national income of Africa, Asia, and Latin America. The US military budget is nearly $60,000 million per year. One Atlas missile costs $30 million, or the equivalent of the total investment for a nitrogen fertilizer plant with a capacity of 70 cco tons per annum. Consider this in terms of the United Kingdom only. To take the example of a prosperous country, one obsolete missile equals 4 peace through resistance to US imperialism 95 universities, 1 TSR-2 equals 5 modern hospitals, 1 ground-to-air missile equals tractors. During the past 14 years the US spent $4,000 million to purchase farm surpluses. Millions of tons of wheat, oats, barley, maize, butter, and cheese have stored and poisoned to keep prices up in the world markets. Blue dye is poured into great mountains of butter and cheese to render them unusable. By 1960, 125 million tons of bread grain had been stored in the United States to rot enough food for every citizen of India for 1 year. Unimaginably vast quantities of foodstuffs are calculatedly destroyed by the rulers of US capitalism, for no other purpose than the continuation of their profits and the retention of their power. Like vultures the handful of the rich batten on the poor, the exploited, the oppressed. A drop of 5% in the world price of staple exports of any country would, according to Dag Hammarskjöld, wipe out all investments of the World Bank, of the United Nations and all bilateral and other investments. These were the fears of Hammarskjöld. What are the facts? In recent years prices have operated against poor countries not merely at 5% but at 40%. The industrial production of Western capitalism is consciously employed not only to perpetuate the hunger which exists in the world, but to increase it vastly for profit. In South Africa, 10 children die annually from gastroenteritis. The smallpox which haunts many countries could be eliminated at a cost of $503,000. Hundreds of millions who suffer from yaws could be cured by a 5-penny shot of penicillin. 500 million people have trachoma. 60% of the children of Africa suffer from protein deficiency diseases such as kwashiorkor, MRI or pellagra. When us capitalists hoard food and poison it, they not only deprive the starving, but force the developing countries to buy food at high costs. The riches of the earth are destroyed, wasted, stolen by the few and used to murder the millions. 3,303 military bases are spread across the planet to prevent the peoples from destroying this evil system. Let us examine the role of the war industry in the United 96. Peace through resistance to US imperialism 97. The largest company, General Dynamics, has 187 retired officers, 27 generals and admirals and the former Secretary of the Army on its payroll. American policy and the military bases serve a vast power complex interconnected and interested in the perpetuation of the arms race for its own sake. This concentration of power spreads throughout the economy of the United States. Subcontracts awarded by war contractors involve every city of any size. The jobs at stake involve millions of people. 4 million people work for the US Defense Department alone. The payroll of $12 billion is twice that of the US automobile industry. A further 4 million people are employed directly in arms industries. Thus 8 million people depend for their jobs on the military adventures of the VS rulers. 8 million jobs mean 25 million people in total. Missile production accounts for 82% of all manufacturing jobs in San Diego, California, 72% in Wichita, Kansas. Military contracts alone account for 30% of all manufacturing jobs in 6 states, including California. In Los Angeles, nearly 60% of jobs are directly or indirectly dependent on the arms race. Thus, the United States as a whole devotes over 50% of all its public expenditure to military spending. This colossal investment is in exploiting and domination. Every FOXL store and every petrol station in America requires, under capitalism, the poor situation of war production. This is the world's system of imperialism. And the system also has a silent army, the Central Intelligence Agency. The CIA has a budget 15 times the size of all diplomatic activity of the VS. This vast agency purchases members of the army and police in countries all over the world. It draws up lists of popular leaders to be assassinated. It plots to start wars. It invades countries. In Latin America, a band of reactionary generals, at the instigation of Central Agency and the US ambassador in Brazil, Mr. Lincoln Gordon, crushed the democratic government of João Goulart. In Argentina, American tanks smashed the civilian government of Arturo Frondizi, solely because the conservative spokesman for middle-class interests was insufficiently states. The United States Defense Department owns valued in 1954 at $160 billion. This value has almost doubled. The US Defense Department is the world's largest organization. The Pentagon owns millions of acres of land, including 30-2 million in the United States and over 3 million acres of land outright in foreign countries. MC Pentagon building is so large that the Capitol, which contains the United States government, could be swallowed in any one of the 5 main segments of the Pentagon. The 1962 budget involved $53 billion for arms, exclusive of the military space. Thus, by 1962, 63 cents out of every dollar were spent on appropriations for arms and space. A further 6 cents were for army services, and more than 80% of interest payments were for military debts. 77 cents out of every 100 are spent on past wars, the Cold War and preparations future war. The billions of dollars placed in the pockets of the VS military give the Pentagon economic power affecting every aspect of American life, and of the lives of mankind. Military assets the CS are 3 times as great as the combined assets of the great monopolies, greater than the assets of US Steel, Metropolitan Life Insurance, American Telephone and Telegraph, General Motors and Standard Oil. The Defense Department employs 3 times the number of all these great world. This immense world concentration of RWER and wealth is directly linked to large-scale capitalism in America. The billions of dollars in contracts are awarded by the Pentagon and filled by large industry. In 19 and $21 billion were spent on military goods. 10 capitalist corporations received $75 billion, 3 received $1 billion each and 2 others $9 million. In these corporations there are more than retired officers of the Army above the rank of major. This includes 261 generals and flag rank officers. Seconds the of the Bertrand. Fly. Committee of the House of Representatives in the U.S. 98. Peace through resistance to U.S. imperialism. 99. This is a predatory imperialism and nowhere has it been more cruel and reckless than in Vietnam. Chemicals and gas, bacteriological weapons and phosphorus, napalm and razor disembowelment, dismemberment, forced concentration camps, beheadings, elaborate torture. Every species of cruelty have been employed by American imperialism in Vietnam. Clinics, sanatoria, hospitals, schools, villages have been relentlessly saturated with fire bombs, and still the people of Vietnam resist, after 25 years of struggle against 3 great industrial powers. The people of Vietnam are heroic, and their struggle is epic, a stirring and permanent reminder of the incredible spirit of which men are capable when they are dedicated to a noble ideal. Let us salute the people of Vietnam. In the course of history there have been many cruel and rapacious empires and systems of imperialist exploitation, but none before have had the power at the dis of United States imperialists. Constitutes a world system of oppression, and represents the true threat to peace and the true source of the danger of world nuclear war. I have supported peaceful assistance, out of the conviction that conflict in a nuclear age can only be disastrous. This conviction was based on the hope that the United States could be persuaded to come to an agreement with the socialist and communist countries. It is now painfully clear that US imperialism cannot be persuaded to end its aggression, its exploitation, and its cruelty. In every part of the world the source of war and of suffering lies at the door of US imperialism. Wherever there is hunger, wherever there is exploitative tyranny, wherever people are tortured and the masses left to rot under the weight of disease and starvation, the force which holds down the people stems from Washington. Peaceful coexistence, therefore, cannot be achieved by requesting CS imperialism to behave better. Peace cannot realized by placing hopes on the euro end will of those whose BWER depends on the continuation of such exploitation and on the ever-increasing scale of military production. The system which oppresses the people of the world is international, coordinated, and powerful, subservient to US capitalism. Brutal military putsches have been imposed upon Ecuador, Bolivia, Guatemala, and Honduras. For decades, the United States armed and supported one of the most barbaric and savage rulers in modern times, namely, Trujillo. When Trujillo no longer served their interests, they allowed him to suffer the fate of Ngo Din Diem, but the United States remained the enemy of the people of the Dominican Republic, as be seen by the arrogant military intervention to crush the brave Revolution of April, 1965. The fact that this naked aggression is condoned by the United Nations, and the ability of the United States to escape expulsion from the United Nations for its gross violation of the Charter, demonstrates that the United Nations has become a tool of American aggression of the kind displayed in the Dominican Republic. All my sympathy lies with the struggle of the people of the Dominican Republic, which continues at this very moment. In the Congo, mercenary troops, acting for Belgian and American interests and shamelessly supported by the British government, have killed indiscriminately every living villager in the path of the advancing mercenary armies. The dregs of American militarism have been used for this purpose, the mercenary soldiery of South Africa and of the Cuban counter-revolution. In the Middle East, United States and European oil interests force poverty and tyranny on the people. British imperialism, relying on the military and financial power of the United States, is showering the people of Aden with napalm and high explosives in an attempt to suppress the popular movement. In southern Africa, incalculable riches are taken out of the copper belt of Rhodesia and of South Africa, and the fascist states of Salazar and Verwoerd survive through NATO arms. In Southeast Asia, troops prop up THC puppet state of Malaysia, and right-wing generals, with United States money, have taken control of Indonesia. Throughout the South China Seas, every patriotic and radical force is jailed and persecuted by the imperialist powers. THC United States boasts of its intrigues in the Maghreb. It brazenly publishes its plans to subvert all nationalist governments. But it is hateful and oppressive and in various ways resisted by the world. A united and coordinated resistance to this exploitation and domination must be forged. The popular struggle of oppressed people will remove the resources from the control of US imperialism and, in so doing, strengthen the people of the United States itself, who are striving first to understand and second to overcome the cruel rulers who have usurped their revolution and their government. This, in my view, is the way to create a secure peace, rather than a tenuous and immoral acquiescence in US domination, which can neither work nor be tolerated by humane men. If the Soviet Union, in its desire for peace, which is commendable, seeks to gain favor with THC United States by minimizing, or even opposing, the struggle for national liberation and squealism, neither peace nor justice will be achieved. US imperialism has provided us with all the evidence to which we are entitled as to its nature and its practice. The peoples of the world bear witness to it. War and oppression have a long history in human affairs. They cannot be overcome except through struggle. A world free of exploitation and foreign domination, a world of well-being for the masses of people of all continents, a world of peace and of fraternity, has to be fought for. This is the lesson US imperialism teaches us. It is not a palatable lesson, but nothing will be accomplished by ignoring it. The danger of nuclear war will not be averted through fear of United States power. On the contrary, the more isolated the wielders of power in the United States become, in the face of world rejection of their values and resistance to their acts, the more likely we are to succeed in avoiding a nuclear holocaust. It is THC illusion on the part of CS imperialism that it can accomplish an aim and defeat people by the use of such weapons that TCKI the main source of nuclear danger. But when the people of Peru, Guatemala, Venezuela, Colombia, Vietnam, Thailand, the Congo, the Cameroons, the United States, Britain, all the people demonstrate and struggle and resist, nuclear is of no avail. Its possession will destroy its user. Let us join together to resist us imperialism. Chapter 9. The Only Honorable Policy. April 27, 1966. The United States must be compelled to get out of Vietnam immediately and without conditions. There are at least 4 important reasons why such a policy must be enforced. First, the United States is committing war crimes in Vietnam. These have been documented so frequently by Western observers that they need no further cataloging here. Suffice it to say that repeated reports of chemical and gas warfare, concentration camps, and indiscriminate destruction of civilians, torture and atrocities are commonplace, that WC are in danger of overlooking their essential character. These are war crimes in our names, on our behalf, with our money and our acquis. Secondly, the United States has no right to be in Vietnam. The government in Saigon, which, we are told, invited USTRGNPS, is no more legal than it is representative. The ambitious Vietnamese generals who nominally rule a fraction of South Vietnam on behalf of the United States are nothing more than the linear descendants of the former French puppet ruler. The United States has simply continued the French policy of selecting a safe nominee and imposing him on as much of the country as it can subdue by force of arms and foreign money. Thirdly, Washington's talk of halting aggression is shameless Orwellian doublethink. The United States wrecked the Geneva Agreements, prevented free elections and the promised reunification with North Vietnam, TCXK South Vietnam into its sphere of control, pretended that the 17th parallel was a national boundary and North Vietnam a foreign country, and repeatedly failed to produce evidence for its allegations of massive communist infiltration from the North. Only quite recently, after South Vietnamese were being slaughtered at the rate of Wetlow 1,000 a week, was there any evidence of substantial military support for the National Liberation Front from the North? And this, of course, is not foreign invasion. It is support for their fellow countrymen who have been artificially and illegally separated from them by a power from thousands of miles away. It is the United States that is guilty of foreign aggression. Fourthly, if the Vietnamese are to lose, even partially, their independence, the United States will be encouraged to think that aggression pays and to act accordingly in 3 continents. Oppose United States aggression today as firmly as I opposed Nazi aggression in 1939, and for the same reason, appeasement of those who commit war crimes and blatant aggression does not pay. It serves only to increase their appetite for aggression. They must be isolated. It is indeed instructive to recall the Nazi CRA if we are to understand what is happening in Vietnam today. The National Liberation Front of South Vietnam and the North Vietnamese government, we are told by Washington, are not interested in negotiating a conclusion to the war. Therefore, the argument continues, responsibility for the war rests with them. Their belligerence, says the CS government, has 2 possible causes. The first is the false assumption that victory is at hand. Of this they must be disabused by every means the United States finds necessary. The second cause is that behind the Vietnamese lurks China, which desires the defeat of the United States and which could be asked to provide military assistance for its nainure. At first sight, one must admit, this interpretation contains the minimum number of half-truths necessary for a public already browbeaten with the myths of the Cold War. It does not, however, stand up to inspection. How would citizens of the United States respond if, say, China had an army of occupation seeking to dominate everywhere south of San Francisco, Denver, St. Louis, and Washington, and was systematically destroying everywhere to the north by aerial bombardment. How would Americans then the only honorable policy? 103. Respond to Chinese invitations to negotiate a reasonable conclusion to such a war. It is at this point worth recalling the response which Hitler encountered in his reckless pursuit of empire. In 1940, Britain's survival as a nation was at stake. In asking the House of Commons for a vote of confidence in his new administration, Churchill used language which, shorn of its rhetoric, could that of Ho Chi Minh today. Have nothing to offer but blood, toil, tears and sweat. You ask, what is our policy? I will say, it is to wage war, by sea, land, and air, with all our might and with all the strength that God can give us, to wage war against a monstrous tyranny, never surpassed in the dark, lamentable catalogue of human crime. That is our policy. You ask, what is our aim? I can answer in one word. Victory, victory at all costs, victory in spite of all terror, victory, however long and hard the road may be, for without victory there is no survival. Let that be realized, no survival. I feel sure that our cause will not be suffered to among men. At this time I feel entitled to claim the aid of all. A month later, as the danger to Britain increased, Churchill went further in calling publicly for the support of a foreign power. WC shall defend our island, whatever the cost may be. We shall fight on the beaches, we shall fight on the landing grounds, we shall fight in the fields and in the streets, we shall fight in the hills, we shall never surrender, and even if, which I do not for a moment believe, this island or a large part of it were subjugated and starving, then our empire would carry on the struggle, until, in God's good time, the New World, with all its power and might, steps forth to the rescue and the liberation of the old too. When we are the imperialist RWER, wars of liberation are at best placed in commas, or more usually termed munist aggression. In 1940 nobody in the West questioned the determination of Britain to be free, or its right to call for foreign aid. 104. The only honorable policy. Naturally Hitler would be very glad, after having subjugated Europe to his will, to bring the war to an end by procuring British acceptance of what he had done. It was in fact an offer not of peace but of readiness to accept the surrender by Britain of all she had entered the war to maintain. In reply to the King of Sweden's inquiry, the British government formally rejected Hitler's offer by cataloguing Nazi war crimes against bordering states, especially Belgium and Holland, in spite of all the assurance given to them by the German government that their neutrality would be respected. Thus horrible events, including vast massacres, darkened the pages of history with an indelible stain. The British government's intention to prosecute the war by every means in their power until Hitlerism is finally broken had been so strengthened that they would rather all perish in the common ruin than fail or falter in their duty. Here the analogy ends, for the peace terms of Churchill and Ho Chi Minh are very different. Churchill demanded of the Nazis conditional surrender, and was not satisfied until, following the saturation bombing of open German cities, the enemy capital was finally occupied. Ho Chi Minh, however, demands nothing more than that the Americans go away. The Vietnamese are not threatening a single American city, they plan no subjugation of the USA. If Britain's response in 1940 was reasonable, how much more so is that of Vietnam today? If we are to have one standard for the West and another for the Vietnamese, we deserve every accusation of racism. Does all this mean that we are not to seek an end to the war in Vietnam? Must the slaughter continue? The Vietnamese know that President Johnson's suggestion of negotiations is as unacceptable as was Hitler's to Britain. They have exemplary right to their own country, to which the United States has none. If the Vietnamese were to suffer us invasion and destruction of their country, and then sit down and negotiate with the invaders how much of it America should retain or control, then aggression would be legalized and encouraged. THC Vietnamese have already the volume. Ill, Chapter 13. Assistance, or called Bertrand pig-headed for standing alone. Churchill's first message, on becoming Prime Minister, to President Roosevelt, stated categorically, "We expect to be attacked ourselves, both from the air and by parachute and airborne troops, in the near future, and are getting ready for them. If necessary, we shall continue the war alone, and we are not afraid of that." One of the more absurd statements of Lyndon Johnson when he was Vice President, which history will certainly record against him, was to describe Diem as THCCL Churchill of Vietnam. There is no doubt that the real national hero there is Ho Chi Minh, who led the successful expulsion of the French colonialists and has refused to surrender to the United States. If Ho Chi Minh today sounds like the Churchill of 1940, the following statement also has a familiar ring. "In this hour I feel it to be my duty before my own conscience to appeal once more to reason and I'm sense as much as elsewhere. I consider myself in a position to make this appeal, since I am not a vanquished foe begging 5 hours, but the victor, speaking in the name of reason. I can see no reason why this war need go on. I am grieved to think of the sacrifices it must claim. Possibly will brush aside this statement of mine by saying it is merely born of fear and doubt of final victory. In that case I shall have relieved my conscience in regard to the things to come." This is not President Johnson addressing Hanoi. It is Hitler in the Reichstag, after the Nazis had overrun France, making what he called his peace offer to Britain. This gesture was followed by great Nazi diplomatic activity, but nobody was fooled. 3 days later, in a broadcast, the British Foreign Secretary brushed aside Hitler's summons to capitulate to his will and announced that "we shall not stop fighting until freedom is secure." Churchill's own comment is instructive. May 1940. July 19. 106. Chapter. Broadcast on National Liberation Front Radio to American soldiers May 24, 1966. This is Bertrand Russell speaking to you on the radio of the forces of the National Liberation Front of South Vietnam. I am speaking to you American soldiers in order to explain how your government has abused your rights in sending you to occupy a country whose people are united in their hatred of the United States as a foreign aggressor. It is not difficult to understand why it is that the Vietnamese hate Americans. The people of Vietnam have been fighting for 25 years to secure their independence. They first fought against the Japanese, who were very cruel, and later against the French, who had set up guillotines in villages throughout Vietnam and who beheaded those suspected of being opposed to foreign occupation. Not many of you may know that the United States government financed more than 80% of the cost of the French war and supplied France with all modern weapons, in order to assist France in her evil task of killing and subduing the people of Vietnam. When the United States first began to intervene militarily in South Vietnam, the pretense was made that the United States was merely helping a government in Saigon put down subversion from outside. But you American soldiers have seen for yourselves what kind of governments have existed in Saigon. They are brutal, corrupt, dictatorial, and completely despised by the people. Why is it that these governments have been able to continue, one after another, in Saigon, despite the fact that the students, the women, the villagers, everyone risks life itself to overthrow them? The sole answer is that the United States is using its enormous tried negotiations at the conference table in 1946 and again in 1954. First the French and then the Americans took advantage of their desire for by utterly ignoring the terms of the agreements. A long-suffering and heroic people will this time, I earnestly hope, gain their independence. It is the duty of all in the West who value justice to help reduce the price they have to pay. I appeal to Americans, who have never in their lifetimes known a foreign army of occupation on their soil, and never suffered the systematic destruction of their country from the air, to try to understand imaginatively what is happening in Vietnam. The government of the United States has fallen into the hands of war criminals who must be halted whilst there is yet time. World opinion can still help bring the only honorable solution. The United States must be compelled to get out of Vietnam immediately and without conditions. 108. Broadcast to American soldiers in economic empire which is being resisted from the Dominican Republic to THC Congo, and especially in Vietnam. Could you imagine yourselves voting for KY? If a foreign power occupied the United States to steal American resources for itself, and if a traitor government were established by force, would you feel it was your government? Worse than this, because the Vietnamese people are so determined and show such fantastic heroism that the greatest military power on earth has found it impossible to conquer them, you American soldiers are trained to use every modern weapon of war. Your Air Force is flying 650 sorties a week in the North, and the tonnages used in the South are higher than those used during the Second World War or the Korean War. You are using napalm, which burns everything it touches. You are using phosphorus, which eats like an acid into those who are in its path. You are using fragmentation bombs and lazy dogs, which cut up in pieces and lacerate women and children in the villages hit without discrimination. You are using poison chemicals which blindness, affect the nervous system and paralysis. You are using poison gases which are listed in army manuals of World War IL as poisons, and other gases which are so deadly that even soldiers with masks have been killed by their own gas. When you return from battle, ask yourselves, who are these people you are killing? How many women and children died at your hands today? What would you feel if these things were happening in the United States to your wives, parents, and children? How can you the thought of what is taking place around you, day after day and week after week? I ask these questions of you because you bear the responsibility, and within your hands lies the choice of whether this criminal war is to continue. When Britain occupied North America in the 18th century, American farmers fought with pitchforks in their bare hands, although they were hungry and in rags. They fought for 8 years and they defeated the British Empire in their own country. Do you know that in the United States today, 66 million people are living in poverty? Do you know that in the United Military Force to impose on the people of Vietnam puppet governments which do not represent them? Let us now consider together why the CS government does this. The excuse that they are protecting the Vietnamese against the Viet Cong or the North Vietnamese can be seen by all of you to be the disgusting lie it is. Vietnam is one country. Even the Geneva Agreements acknowledge that it is one country. The North Vietnamese and the South Vietnamese are not merely the same people, but the wives and children of men living in the North are in the South, and many of those who live in the South were born in the North. You may not know that between 1954 and 1960 more Vietnamese died than since. Think hard about that. THC Viet Cong had not taken up arms until 1960, and yet more Vietnamese died in the 6 years before that time than since the National Liberation Front began to struggle. The reason is simple. The of Ngo Dinh Diem killed, tortured, imprisoned, and mutilated hundreds of thousands of Vietnamese, and was able to do this solely because of the military support and direction of the United States. Can any of you forget the brutality of Ngo Dinh Diem, which moved Buddhist priests to burn themselves in protest? It ought to be clear that the National Liberation Front, which you know as the Viet Cong, took up arms to defend their people against a tyranny more brutal than the Japanese occupation itself, for more died under Diem than under the Japanese. This is the responsibility of the United States government. The reason why you American soldiers are in Vietnam is to suppress THC people of Vietnam, who are trying to free themselves from economic strangulation and foreign military rule. You are sent to protect the riches of a few men in the United States. Do you that the United States controls 60% of the resources of the world, but has only 6% of the world's, and yet 1 out of 3 Americans lives in poverty? Do you know that the United States has over 3,300 military bases in the world, almost all of which are used against the population of the country in which the bases exist? The US rulers have built states today the unemployed equal the population of 35 individual states. You are being used to enrich the few industrialists whose profits depend on taking the natural resources from other countries, and this is why the world is rising against this brutal war waged by the United States government. You know that the Geneva Convention outlaws gas, chemicals, torture and mutilation, and you also know that American special frees are trained in techniques used at Auschwitz and the other Tracien camps, Master Sergeant Don Duncan has revealed the truth about the films showing Nazi tortures which were used for instruction of American servicemen. And you yourselves know from your daily experience what happens to villagers who are suspected of being Viet Cong and who are captured. You know also that the strategic hamlets are little more than concentration camps, where forced labor, torture and starvation occur. These things were the reason for the hatred the world had for the Nazis. These things led to the trials at Nuremberg, in which the Nazi leaders were hanged as war criminals. I know that most of you aim to Vietnam not because you wished to but because you were sent. I know that most of you have been told that you were defending helpless people against a stronger neighbor. But you have been lied to and no one knows it better than yourselves. You must not think that you are alone, for throughout the United States people are opposing this war. When 1,000 people meet in New York City alone, and tens of thousands meet in other cities across the United States, it should be clear that the American people have seen through this war and want it ended. Why else has the government been unable even to make a declaration of war? Have you been present when an officer has attached electric mess to the genitals of a woman or a child? Have you been one of those who, out of fear or nervousness, pulled on an automatic rifle, releasing so many hundreds of bullets in an instant that, before you knew what had happened, women and children lay dead before you? Along with world-famous figures, Nobel Prize winners, novelists, philosophers, mathematicians, I am forming a war crimes tribunal in order to pass judgment, in most solemn terms and with the most respected international figures, upon the crimes being committed by the United States government against the people of Vietnam. I appeal to you to end your participation in this barbarous and criminal war of conquest. I appeal to you to inform the War Crimes Tribunal of the truth about this war and to place before it the evidence of your own eyes. I appeal to you as a human being to human beings. Remember your humanity and forget the rest. If you can do this, you will perform a courageous service to mankind. If you cannot, you will allow your rulers to continue to degrade your country and cause its name to be hated by decent people the world over. Join us, Americans, Englishmen, West Europeans, Latin Americans, Asians, Africans, people from every walk of life, in our determination to defeat those in the United States responsible for the suffering and horror which you American soldiers have seen and for which you have responsibility. Refuse to fight any longer in this unjust war. Demand to be transferred anywhere but Vietnam. Make known that you will make public your opposition to this war and the way in which it is fought. There are many people ready to support you for reprisals to take place. It is no use postponing your decision. The moment of trial is always. Now is the appointed time. Speech to the National Conference of Solidarity, London, June 4, 1966. I welcome you to this National Conference of Solidarity, which has been convened solemnly to create a national movement in Britain of active support for the people of Vietnam. Where is there a parallel for the heroism with which the Vietnamese have struggled to be free from foreign occupation and every species of brutality? When, since the reign of Nazism, have such barbarous tortures been applied to helpless people? It should never be forgotten by us that more Vietnamese died during Diem's reign, from 1954 to 19 and, than in the PAET 1960 period, when the people of Vietnam took up arms under the leadership of the National Liberation Front. Nor can it be forgotten that the Vietnamese have known the horror of since the last century and have been struggling against it virtually since the Japanese occupation of 1940. The Japanese, the French and the Americans have attempted to subdue this people. They have all failed. But neither the Japanese nor the French equaled the United States in barbarism. The United States today is a force for suffering and counter-revolution the world over. Wherever people are hungry and exploited, wherever they are oppressed and humiliated, the agency of this evil exists with the support and approval of the United States. Whether it is Mobutu of the Congo or Blanco of Brazil, whether it is PAC of South Korea, Thanom of Thailand, Ngo Dinh Diem or CAOKY, the arms which kill the people bear an American stamp of origin. When considering what horror has been perpetrated in Vietnam itself, it is more than I can bear than to it for speech to National Conference of Solidarity U. 8 million people were placed in concentration camps under forced labor. People have been subjected to E4** mental wear ns such as poison gas which blinds them, paralyzes them, asphyxiates them, and causes convulsions. Chemicals which affect the nervous system and mental balance have been used over wide areas. Napalm and phosphorus, which burn and burn until only a cinder remains, have been dropped on the most densely populated areas. Weapons of sheer evil, such as the lazy dog, have been used throughout the country. In one province of North Vietnam alone, Thanh Hoa 100 million slivers of steel were rained on the population during the last year. 650 sorties week, with vast tonnages exceeding those used in World War I and the Korean War, have taken place relentlessly, week after week, month after month. And yet, despite all this, despite the fact that the United States is the most powerful military force the world has known, despite the fact that her air force is not challenged and her sea power is not hampered, despite the fact that the automatic weapons in the hands of her soldiers fire several hundred rounds of bullets per minute, despite the fact that the Vietnamese are an agrarian with little industry, these people, like the Greeks at Salamis, have defeated a great and cruel colossus. When I think back to 1940, during the Blitz, and recall the mood of Englishmen at that time, I know clearly and without hesitation what our responsibility is to the Vietnamese. Do you remember our feelings when the Nazis were bombing our cities? Do you recall THC determination which swept Britain, never to surrender and never to accept a Nazi extirpation of our country? Did we suffer gas and chemicals at that time? Was our country cut in half? Were our people in concentration camps? Was our countryside razed with gas, chemicals, jelly gasoline, and fragmentation bombs? No, none of this occurred. And yet Churchill spoke for all of us when he declared that we would fight on the beaches, but we would never surrender. The purpose of this conference is to declare our fervent hope for THC victory of the people of Vietnam, total, unequivocal and swift. The of this conference is to build a movement in 114. Speech to National Conference of Solidarity 115. Obtain peace of mind by requesting the hungry and oppressed to die in silence. Ali will not listen to such pathetic advice. They must not. Nor must we give it. Our campaign for solidarity, our war crimes tribunal, our MMS, our meetings and our material help must have one aim, the victory of the Vietnamese over their tormentors. And I express the wish that this victory may herald similar victories of the oppressed everywhere until THC Day, when our own people reclaim their government and transform it into an instrument of good. Britain worthy of the heroism of the people of Vietnam themselves, a movement which will not equivocate or pander to the economic power of the United States. We wish to build a movement capable of exposing the sordid squalor of our Prime Minister's subservience and greed. We wish to create a movement which will evolve concrete forms of action, such as a war crimes tribunal, which will call before it victims and witnesses of the great panoply of horror which is the war of aggression waged by America in Vietnam. Our movement will be broadly based. It will seek its support amongst the working people of this country, from the trade unions, from the teachers, from the students and from all those who see in THC struggle of the people of Vietnam that decency and dedication which calls forth the best responses in human beings. For let us have no doubt that we do the Vietnamese no favor by declaring our solidarity. Their struggle against economic domination is a guide to the road we ourselves must travel. Britain has BCCN made into a bully's lackey, and a brutal and heartless bully at that. If, today, WC are not hungry because the peoples of Africa, Asia, and Latin America die daily to keep us fed, we are degraded and corrupted by that unworthy plenty. Squalor serving plenty has always defiled the beneficiaries of misery, from the days of Egyptian slavery and from the times of early Christianity to our own. So it is that the struggle in Vietnam is a struggle for human decency and our very own emancipation. The people of Vietnam still not be in our debt. They deserve no pity. They display heroism, not passivity, and they are overcoming and not turning to private disillusion and despair. No one who enjoys a high standard of living in the West, which is inexorably derived from brutality and exploitation, has the right to ask people who struggle against our exploitation to abandon that struggle on terms WC lay down. This is why it is unseemly for peace movements and movements of the left to ask the Vietnamese to treat with Johnson, while he continues his criminal aggression against them. There can be no peace of any value or of any duration which is a slave's peace, nor can we. Chapter 12 Appeal to the American Conscience June 18, 1966 I appeal to you, citoyens of America, as a person concerned with liberty and social justice. Many of you will that your country has served these ideals and, indeed, the United States possesses a revolutionary tradition which, in its origins, was true to the struggle for human and for social equality. It is this tradition which has been traduced by the few who rule the United States today. Many of you may not be fully aware of the extent to which your country is controlled by industrialists who DCPC&D for their power, partly great economic holdings in all parts of the world. The United States today controls over 60% of the world's natural resources, although it contains only 6% of the world's. The minerals and produce of vast areas of the planet are possessed by a handful of men. I ask you to consider the words of your own leaders, who sometimes reveal the exploitation they have practiced. The New York Times of February 12, 1950 said, Indochina is a prize worth a large gamble. In the north are exportable tin, tungsten, manganese, coal, lumber, and rice, rubber, tea, pepper, and hides. Even before World War IL, Indochina yielded dividends estimated at $1 million a year. 1 year later, an advisor to the United States State Department said the following: WC have only partially exploited Southeast Asia's resources. Nevertheless, Southeast Asia supplied 90% of the world's crude, 60% of its tin, and 80% of its copra and oil. It has sizable quantities of sugar, tea, coffee, tobacco, sisal, fruits, spices, natural resins and gums, petroleum, iron ore, and bauxite. And in 1953, while the French were still in Vietnam fighting with American backing, President Eisenhower stated, "Now let us assume we lost Indochina. If Indochina goes, the tin and tungsten we so greatly value would cease scorning. We are after the cheapest way to prevent the occurrence of something terrible, the loss of our ability to get what we want from the riches of the Indochinese territory and from Southeast Asia. This makes clear that the war in Vietnam is a war like that waged by the Germans in Eastern Europe. It is a war designed to protect the continued control over the wealth of the region by American capitalists. When we consider that the fantastic sums of money spent on armament are awarded in contracts to the industries on whose boards of directors sit the generals who demand the weapons, we see that the military and large industry have formed an interlocking alliance for their own. The truth is that the Vietnamese popular resistance is just like the American revolutionary resistance to the British, who controlled the economic and political life of the American colonies in the 18th century. Vietnamese resistance is like the resistance of the French Maquis, the Yugoslav partisans and the guerrillas of Norway and Denmark to the Nazi occupation. That is why a small peasant people is able to hold down a vast army of the most industrial nation on earth. I appeal to you to consider what has been done to the people of Vietnam by the United States government. Can you, in your hearts, justify the use of poison chemicals and gas, the saturation bombing of the entire country with jelly gasoline and phosphorus? Although the American press lies about this, the documentary evidence concerning the nature of these gases and chemicals is overwhelming. They are poisonous and they are fatal. Napalm and phosphorus burn until the victim is reduced to a bubbling mass. The United States has also used weapons like the Lazy Dog, which is a bomb containing 10,000 slivers of razor-sharp steel. These razor darts slice to ribbons the villagers upon whom these weapons of sheer evil are constantly used. In one province of North Vietnam, the most densely populated, 100 million slivers of razor-sharp steel have fallen in a period of 13 mcmths. It is even more revealing and terrible that more Vietnamese died during the reign of Diem, from 1934 to 1960, than since 1960, when the Vietnamese partisans took up armed resistance to the American occupation in the South. What the papers have called the Viet Cong is, in ECT, a broad alliance, like the Popular Fronts of Europe, including all political views ranging from Catholics to communists. The National Liberation Front has the most ardent support of the people, and only the willfully blind will fail to see this. Do you know that 8 million Vietnamese were placed in internment camps under conditions of forced labor, with barbed wire and armed patrols? Do you know that this was done on the direction of the United States government, and that torture and brutal murder were a continuous feature of life in these camps? Are you aware that the gases and chemicals which have been used for 5 years in Vietnam blind, paralyze, asphyxiate, cause convulsions and result in unbearable death? Try to imagine what it would mean if an enemy were bombing the United States and occupied it for 12 years. How would you feel if a foreign power had saturated New York, Chicago, Los Angeles, St. Louis, San Francisco, and Miami with jelly gasoline, phosphorus and lazy dogs? What would you do if an occupying army used these toxic gases and chemicals in every town and hamlet they entered? Can you really think that the American people would welcome so savage an aggressor? The fact is that CVCRYVHCRC in the world people have come to see the men who control the United States government as brutal bullies, acting in their own economic interests and exterminating any people foolhardy enough to struggle against this naked exploitation and aggression. When the United States began its war against the Vietnamese, after having paid for nearly all of the French war against the same people, the US Defense Department owned property valued at $160 billion. This value has since doubled. The US Defense Department is the world's largest organization, owning 30 million acres in the United States and millions more in foreign countries. By now, more than 75 cents out of every 100 are spent on present wars and preparation for future war. Billions of dollars are placed in the pockets of the US military, thereby giving the Pentagon economic power affecting every facet of American life. Military assets in the United States are 3 times as great as the combined assets of US Steel, Metropolitan Life Insurance, American Telephone and Telegraph, General Motors and Standard Oil. The Defense Department employs 3 times the number of people working in all these great world corporations. The billions of dollars in military contracts are provided by the Pentagon and fulfilled by large industry. By 1960, $21 billion were spent on military goods. Of this colossal sum, $74 billion were divided amongst 10 corporations, and 5 corporations received nearly $1 billion each. I ask you to consider carefully that in the executive offices of these corporations there are more than 102 retired Army officers, including 261 generals and officers of flag rank. General Dynamics has 87 retired officers, 27 generals and admirals, and the former Secretary of the Army on its payroll. This is a ruling caste, which stays in power no matter who is elected to nominal public office, and every president finds himself obliged to serve the interests of this all-powerful group. Thus, American democracy has been emptied of life and meaning because the people cannot remove the real men who rule them. It is this concentration of power which makes it necessary for the Pentagon and big industry to continue the arms race for its own sake. The subcontracts they award to smaller industries and war contractors involve every American city and, thus, affect the jobs of millions of people. 4 million work for the Defense Department. Its payroll is $12 billion, twice that of the CS automobile industry. A further 4 million work directly in arms industries. In many cities military production accounts for as much as 80% of all manufacturing jobs. Over 50% of the gross national product of the United States is devoted to military spending. This vast military system, the world with over military bases, for the simple purpose of protecting the same empire which was described so clearly in the statements of President Eisenhower, the State Department advisor, and the New York Times which I mentioned earlier to you. From Vietnam to the Dominican Republic, From the Middle East to the Congo, the economic interests of a few big corporations linked to the arms industry and the military itself determine what happens to American lives. It is on their orders that THC United States invades and oppresses starving and helpless, yet, despite the immense wealth of the United States, despite the fact that with only 6% of the world's people, approaching 2/3 of the world's resources are in its possession, despite the control over the world's oil, cobalt, tungsten, iron ore, rubber, and other vital resources, despite the vast billions of profits that are gained by a few American corporations at the cost of mass starvation amongst the peoples of the world, despite all this, 66 million Americans live at poverty level. The cities of America are covered in slums. The PCOR carry the burden of taxation and the fighting of colonial and aggressive wars. I am asking all of you to make an intellectual connection between events which occur daily around you, to try to see clearly the system which has taken control of the United States and perverted its institutional life into a grotesque arsenal for a world empire. It is the vast military machine, the great industrial combines and their intelligence agencies which are regarded by the people of 3 whole continents as their main enemy in life and the source of their misery and hunger. If we examine the governments which DCPC&D for their existence upon American military force, we shall always find regimes which support the rich, the landlords and the big capitalists. This is true in Brazil, in Peru, in Venezuela, in Thailand, in South Korea, in Japan. It is true the world over. The result of this is that in order to suppress a national revolution, such as the great historic uprising of the Vietnamese people, the United States is obliged to behave as the Japanese behaved in Southeast Asia and RHE Nazis behaved in Eastern Europe. This is literally true. The concentration camps to which I have referred, and which held nearly 60% of the rural population of South Vietnam, were scenes of torture, massacre, and mass burial. The special experimental weapons, like the gas and chemicals and jelly gasoline, are as horrible as anything used by the Nazis during the Second World War. It is true that the Nazis systematically exterminated the JSVs and the United States has not yet done anything bearable in Vietnam. With the exception of the extermination of the Jews, however, everything that the Germans did in Eastern Europe has been repeated by the United States in Vietnam on a scale which is larger and with an efficiency which is more terrible and more complete. In violation of solemn international agreements signed by American presidents and ratified by the American Congress, this Johnson government has committed war crimes, crimes against humanity and crimes against the peace. Has committed these crimes because the Johnson government exists to preserve the economic exploitation and the military domination of subject peoples by us industrial magnates and their military arm. The Central Intelligence Agency, which has a budget 15 times larger than all the diplomatic activity of the United States, is involved in the assassination of heads of state, and plots against independent governments. This sinister activity is designed to destroy the leadership and the organization of peoples who are struggling to free themselves from THC stranglehold of American economic and political domination. United States militarism is inseparable from that same predatory capitalism which reduced the American people themselves to poverty within the living memory of this generation. The same essential motives have led to barbarous and atrocious crimes on a great scale in Vietnam. I have called on intellectuals and eminent independent men and women from all parts of the world to join in an international war crimes tribunal which will hear evidence concerning the crimes of the U.S. government in Vietnam. You will remember Germans were considered guilty if they acquiesced in accepted the crimes of their government. Nobody considered a sufficient excuse for Germans to say that they knew about gas chambers and the concentration camps, the torture and mutilation, but were unable to stop it. I appeal to you as being to human beings. Remember your humanity and your own self-respect. The war against the people of Vietnam is barbaric. It is an aggressive war of conquest. During the American War of Independence, no one had to tell Americans the purpose of their struggle or conscript against their will. Nor was it necessary for American soldiers to go 10,000 miles to another country. In the Revolutionary War against foreign troops, Americans fought in fields and forests although they were in rags, and the occupying army was the strongest of the day. Americans fought the occupier, although they were hungry and poor, and they fought them house by house. In that war of liberation, the American revolutionaries were called terrorists and the colonial power was THC1, labeling them rebels and rabble. American national heroes responded with words such as Nathan Hale's and Patrick Henry's. The sentiment, "Give me liberty or give me death," inspired their struggle, lust as it inspires the Vietnamese resistance to United States aggression and occupation. The Nathan Hales and Patrick Henrys of Vietnam are not THC United States Army. Those who display heroism, love of country and that deep belief in freedom and justice which inspired the American people in 1776 are today the people of Vietnam, fighting under the revolutionary leadership of their National Liberation Front. And so the American people are to be used as cannon fodder by those who exploit not only the Vietnamese but the people of the United States themselves. It is Americans who have been killing Vietnamese, attacking villages, occupying cities, using gas and chemicals, bombing their schools and hospitals, all this to protect the profits of American capitalism. The men who conscript the soldiers are the same men who sign the military contracts in their own benefit. They are the same men. 123. Who send American soldiers to Vietnam as company cops, protecting stolen property. So it is that the real struggle for freedom and democracy is inside the United States itself, against the usurpers of American society. I have no doubt that the American people would respond just as the Vietnamese have responded if the United States were invaded and subjected to the atrocities and tortures which the United States Army and government have inflicted on the Vietnamese. The American protest movement, which has inspired people all over the world, is the only true spokesman for American concern for individual liberty and social justice. The battlefront for freedom is in Washington, in the struggle against the war criminals Johnson, Rusk, and McNamara who have degraded the United States and its citizens. Indeed, they have stolen the United States from its people and made the name of a great country stink in the nostrils of people the world over. This is the harsh truth, and it is a truth which is affecting the daily lives of Americans irrevocably and increasingly. There is no looking the other way. There is no pretending that the war crimes are not occurring, that the gas and chemicals do not exist, that the torture and napalm have not been used, that the Vietnamese have not been slaughtered by American soldiers and American bombs. There is no dignity without the courage to examine this evil and oppose it. There is no solution for the American crisis short of the emancipation of the American people themselves from these barbarous men who speak in their name and defile a great people by doing so. The American people, however, are becoming alert and are showing the same determination and courage which the Vietnamese have so movingly displayed. The Negro struggle in Harlem, Watts, and the American South, the resistance of the American students, the increasing distaste for this war shown by the American people at large, give hope to all mankind that the day when greedy and brutal men can deceive and abuse the American nation is drawing to a close. My appeal to Americans is innate with full awareness that the rulers of the United States have spared no device in propaganda to hide from the American people the ugly SSCE of their rulers. 124. The Intimational War Crimes Tribunal. This went to press in the autumn of 1966, as I was preparing the International War Crimes Tribunal mentioned in it. At the Nuremberg War Crimes trials, Chief Prosecutor Justice Jackson of the United States Supreme Court declared, if certain acts and violations of treaties are crimes, they are crimes whether the United States docks them or whether Germany docks them. We are not prepared to lay down a rule of criminal conduct against others which we would not be willing to have invoked against us. There was, however, a moral ambivalence rooted in the nature of the Nuremberg trials and in the role of Justice Jackson. Nuremberg was a trial conducted by the victorious party over the defeated. Nuremberg was carried by a real politic alliance of powers, and yet, through the legalisms of force majeure, crept the voice of humanity, a voice crying out against the unconscionable criminality of the Nazi terror. I have called for an International War Crimes Tribunal to be held in 1967 because, Once again, crimes of great magnitude have been taking place. Our tribunal, it must be noted, commands no state power. It rests on no victorious army. It claims no other than a moral authority. Over a period of years, an industrial colossus has attacked a small peasant nation. The Vietnamese Revolution is part of an historical development through which exploited and hungry peoples are establishing their claim to the basic necessities of human life. THC United States has shown itself determined to overwhelm with brute force the struggle for life. We have, on American authority, the fact that 3 million pounds of bombs endling daily on North Vietnam, involving an average and the truth about their behavior. Abraham Lincoln gave expression to the hope that a people, once aroused, can be deceived no longer. All Americans who know from their own experience and from that of their closest relatives what has been done in Vietnam should come forward now. Speak the truth and take your stand alongside your brothers throughout the world. Struggle for an America free of murderous production, free of war criminals, free of exploitation and free of the hatred of subject peoples. These peoples look to the ordinary people of the United States to understand their plight and to answer their struggle with an American resistance capable of making the United States again a citadel of individual liberty and social justice. The International War Crimes Tribunal is itself an appeal to the conscience of the American people, our allies in a cause. The War Crimes Tribunal is under urgent preparation now. I am approaching eminent jurists, literary figures, and men of public in Africa, Asia, Latin America and the United States itself. Vietnamese victims of this war will give evidence. Full scientific data concerning the chemicals used, their properties and their effects will be documented. Eyewitnesses will describe what they have seen and scientists will be invited to examine the exhibits in the session of the tribunal. The proceedings will be tape recorded and the full evidence will be published. There will be documentary film material concerning the witnesses and their evidence. We aim to provide the most exhaustive portrayal of what has happened to the people of Vietnam. We intend that the peoples of the world shall be aroused as never before, the better to prevent the repetition of this tragedy elsewhere. Just as in the case of Spain, Vietnam is a barbarous rehearsal. It is our intention that neither the bona fides nor the authenticity of this tribunal will be susceptible to challenge from those who have so much to hide. President Johnson, Dean Rusk, Robert M. Namara, Henry Cabot Iach, General Westmoreland, and their fellow criminals will be brought before a wider justice than they recognize and a more profound condemnation than they are equipped to understand. Of 650 sorties per week and tonnages in excess of those used during World War I and the Korean War. Beyond this, the armies of the United States have been using experimental weapons such as chemicals, gas, napalm, phosphorus, lazy dog fragmentation weapons and bacteriological devices. Who, in the West, is unaware of these facts, as they have been presented on film, on television, and almost daily in our newspapers? Who among us has not seen the photographs, or read the statistics? WDO among us can deny the David and Goliath character of this incredible Vietnamese struggle for national autonomy and social transformation? It is TH's awareness which provides the proper background to my call for a war crimes tribunal. I do not maintain that those who have been invited to serve as members of the tribunal are without opinions alxnelt the war. On the contrary, it is precisely because of their passionate conviction that terrible crimes have been occurring that they feel the moral obligation to form themselves into a tribunal of conscience, for the purpose of assessing exhaustively and definitively the actions of the United States in Vietnam. I have not confused an open mind with an empty one. I have not believed that to be just one must be without conviction. The authority of the tribunal and its reputation for fairness follows from THC character of its membership and the correctness of its procedures. The tribunal was convened in London on November 13, 1966, and was expected to announce its structure, statement of aims and timetable. It was anticipated that commissions would be appointed by the tribunal to prepare evidence in Mugli 5-1. The crime of aggression, involving violation of international 2. The use of experimental weapons, such as gas and chemicals. 3. The bombing of hospitals, sanatoria, schools, dikes, and other civilian areas. 4. The torture and mutilation of prisoners. 5. The pursuit of genocidal policies, such as forced law camps, mass burials, and other techniques of extermination in the South. THE tribunal members will function as a commission of inquiry, and the commissions under its direction will prepare the evidence, subjecting data to thorough and verifiable scrutiny. Defense witnesses cannot be compelled to appear, but the US government and President Johnson have been formally requested to provide representation for their policies before the tribunal. The prima facie evidence of crimes sufficient to warrant the calling of such a tribunal involves the assumption that the crimes of the apparent aggressor are unique, and that no equation can be made between the oppression of the aggressor and the resistance of the victim. Only those who not distinguish the rising of the Warsaw Ghetto from the violence of the Gestapo, or the struggle for survival of the partisans of Yugoslavia, the resistance of Norway, the underground in Denmark and the Maquis in France from the invading Nazi armies could fail to recognize the merit of examining the actions of the United States in a manner morally and qualitatively different from the actions of the Vietnamese resistance. The hearings are planned to last approximately 12 weeks and to take place in Paris from March, 1967. The Secretariat of the Bertrand Russell Peace Foundation has been established in Paris 58 bis Route de la Chaussée d'Antin, Paris 9. A team of very eminent French lawyers has been preparing a plan of procedure for the attention of the tribunal. Preparatory sessions will be heard in London. Documentary film will be taken from the testimony of the witnesses, the proceedings of the tribunal and the evidence. Tape recordings will be made of the hearings and pressed into gramophone records for wide distribution. All data, testimony, and evidence will be published. Those who have accepted my invitation to join the tribunal, at the time of writing, are Gunther Enders, German writer and philosopher. He left Germany as a refugee from the Nazi regime in 1933, and now VS in Vienna. His book, Burning Conscience, has made known. 128. 129. Chief Organizer of the Fifth Avenue Peace Parade Committee. Isaac Deutscher, Polish-born political historian and essayist. He is the biographer of Trotsky and Stalin and a leading Marxist theorist. Since 1939 he has lived in Britain and has established himself as a prolific writer on Soviet affairs. Amado V. Hernandez, Filipino poet laureate and labor leader. As president of the Philippine Congress of Labor Organizations, he was sentenced into life imprisonment. After 6 years he was released and totally vindicated by the unanimous decision of the Supreme Court. He is chairman of the Philippine Democratic Labor Party and co-founder of the Philippines Newspaper Guild. He has received the Republic Cultural Heritage Award and the Manila Cultural Award for Literature. Mahmood Ali Kashuri, Pakistani lawyer and politician. A barrister at law and senior advocate of the Supreme. Kinji Morikawa, Japanese civil liberties leader. He is an attorney at law and vice chairman of the Japan Civil Liberties Union. He is also Secretary General of the Japanese Committee for the Investigation of US War Crimes in Vietnam and was president of the Investigating Committee into the Tonkin Bay Incident. Shoichi Sakata, Japanese scientist. He is a professor of physics and a leading member of the Japan Civil Liberties Union. Jean-Paul Sartre, French writer and philosopher. In addition to his philosophical writings, he is a notable literary critic, playwright, and novelist. He was offered, but declined, the Now Prize for Literature. He is founder-director in Paris of Les Temps Modernes. During the Nazi occupation HC was active in the resistance movement. Laurent Schwartz, French mathematician. He is professor of mathematics at the University of Paris and has received the Fields Medal of the International Congress of Mathematicians. The story of Claude Etherly, one of the flyers involved in the bombing of Hiroshima. Mehmet Ali Aber, Turkish intellectual and member of Parliament for Istanbul. He is president of the Turkish Workers' Party and a former professor of international law at Istanbul University. In 1948 and 1949 he was convicted of crime of public criticism of the president and government of Turkey. Clio Basso, Italian lawyer and parliamentarian. He has been a deputy in the Italian Parliament since 1946 and a member of the Commission on Foreign Affairs. A former General Secretary of the Italian Socialist Party, he is now chairman of the Proletarian Socialist Unity Party. He is professor of sociology at Rome University, editor of the International Socialist Journal, an expert in international law and a lawyer at the Court of Milan. Madame Simone de Beauvoir, French social historian and novelist. She is the authoress of The Mandarins. Lázaro Cárdenas, former president of Mexico. He was corpsman-chief and a general of the Mexican Army and was awarded the State Peace Prize in 1955. Lawrence Daly, British trade union leader. He is Gen. 2U Secretary of the Scottish National Union of Mine Workers and a writer and lecturer on trade union affairs. He has also spoken widely in Britain on the war in Vietnam. Vladimir Dedijer, Yugoslav writer. A former professor of modern history at the University of Belgrade, he has also held university posts at Manchester, Oxford, Harvard, and Cornell. He is a doctor of jurisprudence and was Yugoslav delegate to the UN General Assembly, 1945-52. During the Nazi occupation he was a lieutenant colonel in the partisan army. He was wounded 3 times, awarded the Order of Liberation of Yugoslavia and published his partisan diary. David Dellinger, American writer. A leader of the VS anti-war movement, he is editor of Liberation magazine and 130. Report from North Vietnam ONS, napalm, phosphorus and a fiendish occupant known as the Lazy Dog. 7 o'clock on the morning after my arrival in Hanoi, I was received by Prime Minister Pham Van Dong and President Ho Chi Minh. Ho Chi Minh moves with agility and dresses in simple baggy trousers, a long, open shirt and open sandals. His manner is direct, and his humor immediate. The warmth and the comradeship which were shown me moved me. I retained the terrible feeling that I was an American, moving amongst the victims of the crimes of my government and obliging them to repeat for me their everyday experience, so I might write it down. Although an American citizen, I have lived in England for 8 years. I return frequently to the United States, and went there immediately after my trip to North Vietnam to give evidence in the trial of David Mitchell in Hartford, Connecticut. Ho Chi Minh and Pham Van Dong know the West well, our culture and our history. Ho Chi Minh is familiar with the streets of London, Paris, and New York. They are lifelong revolutionary leaders, internationalists, literally MCN of the world. Both recall clearly and personally the Nazi invasion of Europe. They discussed the requests made to them so frequently by Westerners to accept negotiations with the United States. How, they had been asked. 133. Could they expect the war to end unless there were negotiations? The Vietnamese leaders are reminded of England in 1940, when the Luftwaffe was teaming London, Coventry, Bristol, Manchester, and Glasgow. To the English, this was their finest hour, because, after a few months of bombing of a few cities, the expectation on the part of others that the Great of Germany would intimidate the British was not fulfilled. The English were proud, and indignant at the thought that they would yield. What is it that makes such resistance and such sentiments permissible for Englishmen after a few months of bombing, but impermissible for an agrarian people withstanding the invasion and atrocity of the United States of America? The people and leaders of Vietnam view this very simply: racism. I feel it passionately since my return to the West, the racism of imperialism, which is in the air we breathe, the same racism displayed by Johnson when he said, "Unless the United States has unchallengeable air power, we shall be hostage to every yellow dwarf with a pocket knife." Just as a peace mission from Mussolini would have been absurd to any Englishman in 1940, and just as negotiations with Hitler while the bombs fell on London and Coventry would have been treated as an insult to the self-respect and intelligence of every Englishman, so to the Vietnamese the suggestion that they must negotiate with the United States, while American TRTPS are in occupation of their country, is but another expression of Western arrogance and racism. It does not matter whether the Communist Party USA, the Soviet Union or President Johnson request them to stray their struggle, the response will be much the same. They have negotiated in 1954 when they abandoned half of their CCNR and TRY, having liberated it, for the sake of international considerations which proved to be illusory considerations which led to 12 years of horror. When Ho Chi Minh says, "We will go on another 5, 10, 15, or 20 years, if necessary," he is not indulging in rhetoric. The Vietnamese resistance will not be ended. The Vietnamese War will be ended when the resistance within America has made it impossible for it to go on. We traveled by night, a team of 8, including doctors and 134 cylinders of Lazy Dog bombs have on Thanh Hoa province since April. 1,281 rockets have been used. 37 guided missiles have been launched against villages in Thanh Hoa province. 3,000 bombs alone were dropped on Ham Rong Bridge, which still stands. Roads, means of communication, schools, hospitals, the tuberculosis clinic, sanatoria and old age rest houses have been bombed in Thanh Hoa province. I visited all. I picked a Lazy Dog out of the ruins of a school where it had fallen after the 1,000-pound bombs had made great craters, destroying the shelters and exposing the inhabitants. Usually, my friends go to school every day. We like to sing Ha Ting Quang Bin. My friends are En Hung, KY, Chow, Nguyen. They are 13, 12, 14, 12. They are all girls. I have a friend who is a boy, named Leern. He was 13. My friend KY liked to play. She would say, "You go first. You go quickly, or I will step on your heel." When the bombs fell, I saw KY's bowel and intestine come out of her body. Her head blew away. Her arm and leg blew away. Niun was buried alive and was dug out dead. Chow's teeth were broken by stones which shattered them. Nguyen was buried alive. Leern was beheaded. My friend Phuong laughs sometimes, cries, speaks without knowing what she says, she screams, she is 12. I was buried completely. Teacher Min dug me out. I have pains in my spine. Ken and Koa had their chests crushed. When I become a grown-up, I would like to be a teacher. I would like to ask you, uncle, to convey my best wishes of good health to my American small friends. Nguyen Tai Mao was recently 12. She has been strafed frequently on the way to school. She spoke of a bombing attack on her village on February 9 of this year. Her teacher, a young man of 24 named Tai Van Enem, stated, "Fragments of clothing, books, and furniture flew so high that all in the vicinity knew the school was IMD. Students were blasted. Many were buried in the earth. I was among those photographers. We were without light and we stopped often during alerts. The road was pitted, though passable, and the extraordinarily beautiful countryside showed the effects of unrelenting bombardment. The radio carried the poems continually recited by Vietnamese in a living oral tradition, applying recitative to the experience of recent days, the poetry of Vietnam and its people. In village after village I listened to the accounts of the survivors and surveyed the results of napalm. One afternoon, rummaging in the rubble of a school, I picked out stained pages from the lesson book of a 12-year-old Vietnamese child, The Little Korean Child page, a poem composed by a Vietnamese poet at the time of the Korean War, "Where is your mother? There is nobody around to ask. Everywhere there are but fire and smoke." Page 9, "I am losing my father. I am losing my mother. The last days of Hoang Van Thursday. Our hands undo everything." Page 1, Land Reclamation Song. Page S, How he faced the firing squad. Page 24, Grammar, Subordinate Clauses, Auxiliary Verbs. Page 19, Human efforts can turn arid soil into rice. Page 10, On this village and school were dropped 1,000-pound bombs and lazy dogs. At another part of the village I picked up a lazy dog bomb. This was Van Din Hamlet, Van Han Village, Theo Han District, February 26, 1966. A lazy dog is a grenade-like bomb containing 250 slivers of razor-sharp steel. There are 40 such bombs in a cylinder, pieces of steel in a sudden storm of hail, lacerating anyone exposed or seeking shelter from the half-ton bombs. THC Lazy Dog has been dropped continuously on the most heavily populated areas of North Vietnam. Buried alive. I was dug out later and was brought to consciousness. There was nothing left but a bomb crater, 55 feet wide and 21 feet deep. Everything was leveled. Parts of the children were protruding from the earth. We found their heads 20 yards away. Their bowels and intestines were scattered everywhere. 2 of my children were spattered on a palm tree and hung from it. Children were pressed to the trench walls. Books we filled the trenches. Children clutched their books tightly to their chests. The books were smeared in blood and ink. Some of them could speak a little when dug out. Then blood shot from their mouths, due to their crushed organs, and they died. One little girl, Huang Tai Na, 12, could only be recognized and identified by her rubber shoes. 6 of the children were mutilated to be recognizable to THC parents. On dugout became conscious and asked how many of her friends died before hemorrhaging. Little Hung's body was found on top of unfinished poems he had written, along with a notebook of paintings. He had aspired to be a poet, painter, and composer. His poems, paintings, and songs are all signed, Composer, Din Hung. He was 13. The bombing of Hoang Phuc School on February 9 is an event, a daily event for the past 14 months in Vietnam. For Vietnam, 650 sorties per week with tonnages in excess of those used during the Second World War, with napalm and fragmentation bombs. The targets and the victims are the population at large. There are no other targets. Any population knows that the United States wishes to impose so ghastly a price in national suffering that the will to resist will be broken. The will to resist is like ozone after a bombing storm in Vietnam. In every village, production teams work round the clock to increase food output. Militia units, under the command of 19-year-old girls, mount the most exposed positions to fire at diving jets with rifles and what amount to little more than muskets. Old machine guns are mounted on the very bridges subject to attack. The militia do not take shelter. When American planes are at the climax of the dive, bullets fly from thousands. 137. Of rifles and machine guns, and the whole population is in arms. Everyone who can hold a rifle is firing one. The old age and invalid home in Ton Hoa was leveled. It is a scene of vast craters, filled with water, and the shells of buildings. Mosaics litter the ground, lovely pieces of the floor and walls in soft watercolor design. Out of one crater I picked the tattered pages of books which had once been part of the old age home library. Here, those Vietnamese who had lived through 3 generations of struggle against the Japanese, the French and the Americans had retired in the ill health of old age to rest. Many of them were feeble through years of brutal labor before the victory of Dien Bien Phu asked them from their feudalism. Even in their old age, the fruits of their struggle were denied them and, like the children of the schools, their soft bodies were smashed and splattered. One very famous hero of the resistance to Fran X, recuperating from severe wounds, went insane in this final attack. The destruction of Then Hoa Tuberculosis Sanatorium is a study in horror. On Sunday, February 27, the director gave the following account: "This is the second most important sanatorium in our country. It was set up by our own efforts. WC had no help from abroad. We cherish it all the more because of this." The 3rd floor of the tuberculosis sanatorium had very large RCD cross flags hanging outside. There are large Red Cross crosses on the entrance, clear to any aircraft. At 8 a.m., 4 groups of 4 aircraft came. Among the 16 were 5 F-105D jets. The rest were F-101 and F-102. The planes circled several times and attacked. They dived at the clinic. 5 Floss-D jets dived together. Each dive released 10 bombs per plane, totaling 50. The others dropped 2 each, totaling 22. Many patients were got to the trenches with difficulty. After the first attack, they sursicked, and catch plane dived repeatedly, strafing everything standing with rockets. There was 30 minutes of uninterrupted bombing, with ton bombs, accompanied by rocket strafing of all who ran out of the buildings. 5 doctors were hit and killed instantly. 2 of 138 hit in 3 separate and prolonged waves from diving planes. This was a hospital. There were large Red Cross flags flying. Our patients and doctors were strafed, seeking shelter. We realize that the enemy will do anything. The US maintains that the treatment of tuberculosis and leprosy is one of our most urgent and difficult tasks, so they destroy. It is entirely in keeping with their bacteriological warfare. The bombing of our sanatorium has affected us profoundly. Every effort has been made by the population to assist in the lodging and treatment of the surviving patients. They talk about civilization. It is unimaginable. Our hatred is great. The more we confront this bombing of our leprosaria, hospitals, clinics, sanatoria, schools, and villages, the we struggle. The K71 tuberculosis sanatorium covered hectares. There were 30 large buildings and 560 resident patients. There were 425 visiting patients per week and 350 doctors and nurses. The equipment destroyed included X-ray machines, sterilization equipment, refrigeration facilities, circulatory and respiratory machines, oxygen equipment, distilling and purification equipment, electronic machinery, modern operation and facilities, antibiotics and drugs. I inspected the remnants and ruins of the following stores of drugs: INH, streptomycin, rimifone, subtilis, filatop, vitamin compounds, vitamin oils, cod liver oil, sulfur, iodine and various medicines and serums. Medical supplies for the surrounding population were destroyed. Tonics, food supplements, enriching additives for special regimens and diets were all lost in the bombing. Plasma, the blood bank, ambulances, first aid units, the medical library, monographs and notebooks of doctors, microscopes, bacterial cultures, all operating equipment and chambers, tables, electronic devices, lamps, and infrared equipment were all devastated. This was not an isolated event. Wherever I went I saw comparable destruction. I returned to Hanoi, after some time, and met with Dr. Nguyen, a young man who had recently arrived in North Vietnam. From them were women. Physicians and specialists and nurses were killed. 58 patients were killed almost immediately by strafing. One of the gravely ill tuberculosis victims was a famous Vietnamese resistance hero, who went insane as a result of the bombings. All through the bombing, the shrapnel fragments, lazy dogs, and the rockets, doctors and personnel carried patients to trenches. Patients and the sick carried others, while vomiting, blocked and hemorrhaging. It was only this heroism ANHICH kept casualties down. If we had been dependent upon only the ability of doctors and nurses to rescue patients, the number of deaths would have been infinitely higher. Some of the patients, though weak and ill, tried to save medical equipment, X-ray machines, medicines, implements, files. Throughout these efforts they were strafed. In the surrounding area, people whose own houses were bombed and burning abandoned them, and also the shelters, to help rescue patients and equipment of the clinic. After the first bombing, they tried to evacuate surviving patients from the ruins. 5 days later, the survivors were removed to new hospitals and sanatoria. A few days later, 2 jets came again and bombed the ruins of the sanatorium. They strafed everywhere in the vicinity. They bombed and strafed the clinic and all buildings of the sanatorium for 30 minutes. 2 planes were Floss jets. Each dropped 10 half-ton bombs at a time. Other planes came and fired rockets. 2 planes dispersed and returned again to fire rockets. There were 3 total bombings and strafings. Thus, of the sanatorium and clinic, nothing is left. As the doctor spoke, I moved amidst the rubble, the great craters, the twisted ruins of X-ray machines and the broken glass of medicines and photoelectric lamps. Occasionally, there WCRC bloodstains. It was difficult to imagine the vast sanatorium, with its many operating RCNMS and quarters for patients. The director continued, "All of our people understand now that the sanatorium was a clearly intended target of the attack. There was no error. We were 140. Mination and of experimentation. They have used various kinds of poisons which I have analyzed. The poisons are chemicals, gases, bombs of phosphorus and napalm TMBs. I understand that the US authorities state that these chemicals are intended to clear trees and grass. The truth is that these chemicals combine heavy toxic concentrations, which affect fatally both human and animal life. Among the chemicals I have encountered an ARC, 1. DNP2. DNOC3. 2. 4D4. Was unable to sleep. The effects on the nervous system were unusual. I had the sensation of flying in the air. I could not feel my weight. I felt hot, sharp burning in my eyes, which was extremely painful. It was as if my eyes were filled with acid, or chili pepper. The next day, all our poultry were dead. The fish in streams and lakes were floating on the surface of the water, disallowed. The buffaloes were dead. The grass was poisoned. All crops were without leaves and burned, and the unburned vegetation was rotting. All the women who were pregnant and all pregnant animals had miscarried on the spot. I felt the symptoms of the first day increase, all of them. I could no longer see clearly. I continued to vomit blood, which weakened me and was painful. Everyone was ailing gravely. 10 days later, a squadron of LS aircraft camped and spread chemicals a third time, destroying all the crops which the ailing people had planted with great difficulty. This spraying was accompanied by bombing and strafing. I saw 19 people killed and 600 gravely injured. 3 were blinded by the chemicals. My eyes were so affected that my sight was gone. I have remained blind until only very recently, when part of the sight in my left eye returned. All the crops were completely destroyed and burned out. The people were driven to eat contaminated roots and fruit, for they were starving. People were unable to work or do anything, for weeks and months. I was unable to move. I vomited all the time. My throat, mouth, stomach, and bowels were inflamed. 15 days later, I could not read. 1 month later, I could no longer see. In 3 since June, 1964, have frequently the following 2 poison gas guz, 1-2. Since 1965, these chemicals and poison gases have been employed on a vastly increased scale. The gases I have encountered have been used in different forms. Some have been contained in hand grenades, others in bombs and in bottle containers. In certain dosage, the Americans have designated these as tear gases, but this is very misleading, for in any degree of concentration these gases cause perforation of the lungs, asphyxiation, and beriberi. They are fatal in any confined area and kill through lack of oxygen, as well. A fatal dosage of the so-called tear gas is 0.3 mg per cubic meter, a small dose. In the beginning of November, 1964, 4 sky raiders bombed and strafed the area where I lived in Lamdong province. Raids and bombing lasted about 2 hours. Then came 1 helicopter and 2 Dakotas. The smell of the chemical was unbearable. It was very sharp and burned the nostrils. It had characteristics of chloroform. After 5 minutes, leaves of sweet potatoes, rice plants, and trees became completely desiccated. Domestic animals would not eat and almost all died. People in the area experienced very severe headache. They then displayed a racking cough. They vomited on the spot. I was operating on a bombing victim at the time and had no chance to cover myself with a nylon cloth. I was heavily affected. My first impression was one of suffocation and asphyxiation. I felt great, burning heat on my eyes. The suffocation was extreme and I vomited violently, excreting considerable blood. Only 15 minutes later THC Dakota planes returned and sprayed chemicals a second time. By now, my nose was infected, and I had no sensation. I could not smell, nor taste anything. But I observed the leaves, which had a shiny coat, like the shimmering of a film of petrol. I was less acute in observing and noting the effects of the second chemical, because I had suffered the first. 144 months I could eat only soup. During that entire 3 months, I was unable to sleep. The effect on my nervous system made it impossible to gain unconsciousness. Throughout the time that I was awake, I had headaches which lasted day and night. My eyes had burned. I had recurring sensations of flying in the air. My hair fell out. After 3 months, my weight had fallen to 107 pounds. There was great thin line. The people had food for the first time 3 months later, when the sweet potatoes they had planted after the third attack began to sprout tubercles. Many of those plants were infected. The care which has been given me by my people has enabled me to begin a recovery. My right eye is permanently blinded and you can observe the crystalline, which is pitted with small holes. I am a physician and I know my right eye is beyond cure. My nervous system is so affected that I can sleep only rarely. My ability to operate has gone, but I shall return, nonetheless, to treat people as best I can. As I mentioned, many people were completely blinded and have no hope of cure. After I had moved out of that area, to try to treat other victims, I learned that again the planes came and sprayed new chemicals. Whenever they see green on the soil, they come to kill the crops, to cut off the source of life of the people and to cause famine and epidemic, in addition to the painful disease and death resulting from the chemicals. Every time they spray chemicals, they threaten us with loudspeakers, broadcasting from the aeroplanes, telling people to go to areas controlled by Saigon, or they will suffer death. Our people cling to the land, no matter how it is the people of other areas have come to assist them to survive. It is also true that national capitalists have come with rice, which they sell us at exorbitant prices. This is hard. When survivors regain strength, they clear forests in order to have unaffected land. We organized watches for aircraft. I have treated victims now since most of the time our people are left to their own cure, for there are not enough medical to treat them. After long periods of struggle, our people have devised masks which they have made to give them some protection, but as the chemicals affect the food and water, it is almost to escape their effects. Our people are victims in their villages and fields continuously and indiscriminately. I have always thought that scientific achievement should aim at serving the well-being of people and to help their lives. The US rulers are using scientific knowledge to torment and massacre our people. They are doing this throughout South Vietnam. This is the behavior of the so-called most civilized nation in the free world. This is what is being done to my country. I want to tell you that I personally am forced them against their will to use their own troops. They have suffered a complete political defeat. Now the use of CSTRCPS exposed to our people the true nature of the aggressive war and this spurs our resistance. This use of more by the US has made all in the South, even in the puppet administration and army, see aggressive nature of CS imperialism. The US rulers want to strengthen the morale of the puppets but the intr lose us the reamer this morale falters. In 1964, apart from defeats, there were 80 CM desertions. By 1965, 100,0 CX3 excretions occurred, including over 40,000 regulars. These vast desertions took such proportions that many divisions no longer fight for lack of men. So, by introducing more troops the US has, against its will, lost the initiative on the military field, and on the political level it exposes its true face to world at the same time THC presence of US aggravates contradictions both between the US government and world opinion and also between the US government and its puppets. There are also such contradictions between the US and its allies and within the US government. This is the fundamental weakness of the policy of introducing more troops into Vietnam. The fighting morale of US troops must become lower and lower. As they meet harsh reality in the South and confront the lies of their own government, these will become more and more clear to them. After 1 year of sending increased numbers to Vietnam, the US government is further than ever from its aims. The Mansfield delegation report this. It says, in effect, that the situation has not changed in a year. The US has lost real initiative. Militarily it has certain strong points, but due to internal policy, arising from the intensification of the war and the introduction of more, the US cannot make the most of its strength. On the contrary. For example, the US is waging a war but hasn't peace-learned war. It dares not. How? 148. 149. Can it win the sub-BRT of its FOPL? The CS military strength is large, but its impact is enormously diminished by its very introduction into Vietnam. 6nd_Lee, while VS troops and equipment are powerful, this power and not be applied to Vietnam. It is not the same as in Korea. 200,000 troops at THC 38th parallel could block it, but to cover all South Vietnam are not remotely enough. So they must settle in strong points like Chu Loi and Da Nang. Then those points are encircled by our people like islands. When the US engage in mopping up operation, they must fragment themselves. The 1st Cavalry Division must break up into company groups, but in play may each company parachuted separately into the jungle and was immediately decimated, group by group. So the US cannot make the best use of its manpower and artillery. It is limited both tactically and strategically. Even when planes and TRMP activity are coordinated, the men are bombed by their own planes. This is simply because there is no front. Every battle is interrelated and entangled. There are no distinct and separated fronts. Moreover, US equipment is very heavy and cumbersome. In jungle battles, its forces fragmented into small groups, the US is quite unable to use its equipment, which then becomes a burden and hindrance rather than an advantage. This makes more certain the TRCNP's confusion and heavy losses. When they are defeated, they flee in helicopters, abandoning this heavy equipment to the NLF, who use it against US strong points. There it is effective. In short, US troops have been organized, educated, and equipped for modern warfare. But South Vietnam is a people's war, a guerrilla war. Every contact with the National Liberation Front results in defeat. This can be demonstrated for battles throughout 1965. The contradiction between the concentration of troops and simultaneous dispersal of troops is basic. By now the NLF controls 4/5 of South Vietnam. If US troops want to occupy South Vietnam, they must disperse, but then how can they administer heavy blows to the NLF? This is the plague of all imperialist operations in Vietnam. Thus, with over troops, Westmoreland appeals for more. And all US troops sent here are crack troops. On February 19, the NLF attacked on Key. US sources revealed that only US troops were used in maintaining this base. All these crack troops have been sent here to be used as custodians. The 1st Cavalry, the Marines, the paratroops all serve only to the strong points as guards. They can't trust the puppet troops to do this. So, militarily speaking, the US is not making good use of its crack troops. What use is this? The VS cannot use its puppet troops at all anymore. Even operations by CS troops are no longer told to the puppet high command out of fear of leakage. This enormously heightens the conflicts BCTWCC and them. The contradiction between invading and the people, tactically and strategically, and between the people and government, is very serious. Added to this is the great contradiction of their warehouses, harbors, ships. All means of transport are needed for the vast army, and the US press knows this. The US tries to solve this but cannot. If its best attempts to solve logistic blems with 200 OCO troops bring no results, how can the US solve it with even more troops? These problems are all the more intensified by the guerrillas' destruction of the means of communications. The US has to resort to airplanes even for internal transportation, even for drinking water and rice. And this is true not only for the needs of the army but for the needs of the civilian population in the occupied areas. Even Saigon suffers greatly from the lack of meat, vegetables, rice, and other kinds of foodstuffs, as well as coal, in fact all supplies. All communications around Saigon have been cut. But the US troops use houses, electricity, taxis, and buy all the things they like, so the very people of Saigon now suffer directly from the presence of US troops in Saigon. The logistical problem is quite insoluble and will be made worse by the sending in of more troops. Recently, reports have appeared at UT the introduction of more troops up to or 400 cm. Insofar as manpower is concerned, this may be possible, but logistically it will very difficult. Even if the US solves the logistical problems, it will have two political crises. North and South, our people have long experience in guerrilla. 150. Struggle. We fought from weakness against strength and have built up our strength from nothing. Our struggle is a just one, so with each passing day it draws more support from the peoples in the world including the American people which will more and more support us. We are firmly confident in our final victory. But on the other hand, the US imperialists are diehards. Before submitting to reason they will still frantically try to create difficulties and calamities. But people's warfare is invincible and people's struggle is unconquerable. By the people's strength we mean THC strength of our own people, that of the American people and of the world. We are cooperating in our efforts against US imperialism, we are solidarizing with each other in one common effort. Pham Van Dong had offered to make all facilities available for the gathering of evidence. Our requests that victims should be able to give evidence at the trial of David Mitchell and during the proceedings of the International War Crimes Tribunal under preparation were willingly accepted by the Prime Minister, and by President Ho Chi Minh. One of the requests made was to meet captured VS pilots, in order to learn from them the nature of their targets in Vietnam, and their feelings about what they had been doing. This request was also met, and a meeting was established with the then most recently captured pilot, Lieutenant Commander Gerald I. Kotek. When I MCT coffee, I introduced myself and told him I was an American. I did not inform him of the purpose of my visit. I had decided beforehand that I should keep this information to myself until after our discussion had concluded, so as not to influence his words with knowledge of what information I was seeking. After our discussion had concluded, I sent him a letter, informing him of all aspects of my mission. Lieutenant Commander Coffee is a professional who was based on the US aircraft carrier Kitty Hawk. He was evidently in sound health, alert and showed no signs whatever of maltreatment. He had shot down on February 3, 30 miles north of Vin City. I asked him what happened to him, after that. He said, "I received a broken arm from the ejection point. I got medical attention quickly. I was down in a remote Arca and taken to a village, to a hut where I was treated. I got the best attention possible. They made it as comfortable as they could. They bandaged me. Within a couple of hours I was given a meal of hot. When I had regained consciousness in the water, I found everything necessary had been done for me. My parachute was removed. My flotation gear was inflated. We were about half a mile from the beach. The two small boats which had rescued me were full of people. When the boats arrived, the cover jets came and strafed the boats carrying me. The people in the boats were armed with rifles, pistols, and machine guns. The American ices made 6 strafing passes before I was able to get to the beach. No mistreatment occurred at any time. The strafing of our planes had no effect on their attitude to me. I was amazed. I couldn't understand it. Had expected THC worst. I stayed at a village until sundown on February 3. There were 6 windows in the house. People came from the whole vicinity. My belongings were taken from me. I was utterly astonished at the treatment I was getting. It became apparent to me, after a time, that this was their policy. Near me to another village. People were curious and gathered around to see me. I was offered hot tea. The children followed me and tried to touch me. That night, I was taken to another place, where I was also treated well. I was fed, my bandages were changed, they gave MC all could eat. The man in charge said that the people were deeply angry, as the bombings were still going on, and they tea for all the medical care I am receiving. Our immediate future is truly in God's hands now, darling. 159. I pray to him every day to watch over all of you and to take good care of you. I'm sure he's doing a better job of it than I could. Kimmy, Steve, and Dave, Daddy thinks of your bright little faces every day. I'm sure you're all keeping busy in school or in helping Mommy every day in as many ways as you can. Kim, have you started preparing for your first communion yet? It's a big job, and if you do go this time, I'm sure you will do very well. I know some grandma will see that you have the prettiest white dress there. Of course, it's the little girl in the dress that will make it the prettiest. I know you must be getting very anxious for the new baby to arrive, and I hope it's a baby sister for you. Steve, Daddy has been counting on you to be the daddy while he's gone. Take good care of your mommy and your sister and brother. Be sure and pass that football around with Grandpa, and also keep hitting those tennis balls over the fence. I'll bet you sure got a lot of Valentines at school on Valentine's Day, didn't you? Dave, I'm sure you have learned many new tricks on the new swing set by now. Have you been behaving like a good boy in church? Have you been helping Mommy get ready for the new baby? She will sure be needing a good helper like you. Pretty SCKNU and Tippy won't be the littlest ones in the Emily anymore, will you? Start watching out for the Easter Bunny now, and don't forget to say your prayers each night at bedtime. Honey, I have had some time to think of names, and I hope my thoughts will be of some help. For a girl, I like Chris, Mary, and Susan in that order, and specifically, Chris Marie. For a boy, Matt, Tim, or Jay, or any combination, possibly Timothy J. Don't worry yourself over this at all. I'll be perfectly pleased with whatever you decide, babe. I'll dearly hope that all has been going smoothly there for you, sweetheart, and that John has been taking good care of you. Just don't ever forget that my thoughts and prayers are with you constantly, and will continue to be, especially around mid-April. Only by explaining the significance of April to the authorities here have I been allowed to write this letter so soon. Normally I would have had to wait much longer to contact you. My experiences with these people this past month have certainly given me new insight into this war and situation here. You know, I could never understand or even tolerate the motives of the anti-Vietnam War demonstrators, but, honey, now I know they are right. It is the bulk of the American people, like us, who think we know why we're involved here but really don't understand the true issues or nature of the war at all. I haven't been brainwashed or politically indoctrinated. I'm still the same man I was when I left home, except now I'm a little wiser. This comes from reading which I had started aboard ship, and from talking with these people here. I feel I must pass at least some of this on to you so you will understand. Very briefly, it goes like this. After World War II, the Vietnamese people, under the leadership of the present president of the DRV, Ho Chi Minh, revolted against French colonial rule. Because we, the VS, were interested in the natural resources and the militarily strategic foothold in Indochina, China, we supported the French with substantial military aid and advisory personnel. In spite of this, the Vietnamese people defeated the French in 1954 at the famous Battle of Dien Bien Phu. It had taken 9 years, but they had won their freedom and independence. The 1954 Geneva Convention, convened for this specific purpose, stipulated that the independence, unity, and territorial integrity of Vietnam be recognized, and that participants in the conference shall refrain from internal interference in her affairs. The agreements called for a provisional military demarcation zone or line dividing the country to facilitate its demilitarization, and that in 2 years free, national elections would be held to reunify the entire country. Finally, the agreements prohibited foreign troops or military personnel into either zone, nor may either zone enter into any military alliance. So the intent of the agreements is quite clear: to clear all foreign troops from Vietnam as expeditiously as possible and to guarantee the Vietnamese people the rights for which they struggled so hard, i.e. self-determination in a united country with no foreign intervention whatsoever. Still with our eye now on South Vietnam, President Eisenhower said, "The US has not been party to or bound by the decisions of the conference." 2 months later, the Southeast Asia Treaty Organization was formed with the US as the major. In spite of the clear intentions of the Geneva Agreements, SEATO included South Vietnam in its protection area. As the French evacuated Vietnam, our next step was to ease Ngo Dinh Diem, a Western-educated and completely CS-controlled puppet, into the government. We supported his regime with massive aid, both economic and military. WC established the Military Advisory Aid Group to train his troops. His government was never exemplar with the people and couldn't have lasted without our continued support. In 1956, when it came time for the national elections, he rebuffed all overtures and pleas from the North to arrange the elections. Naturally, we backed him up, for now we had our foothold in Southeast Asia. The people were furious. They protested, but, of course, to no avail. It was well known that had THC election taken place, Ho Chi Minh would have been elected president of all Vietnam, and rightly so. He was the revolutionary hero of the people, just as Washington was ours. He had made good progress in the North with land reform and economic stabilization. With Diem's refusal to allow reunification, the people were seeing their victory over the French become meaningless. Near only recourse was to revolt against Diem, our man. Because they were revolting against a government which supposedly represents our democratic way of life, and because they were for unification with the now socialist North, they were labeled Viet Cong, communist. They have since called themselves the National Front for Liberation. So this people's revolution, founded on their bitterness at there, is the war we are fighting here now. And yet, these are the people we have refused to negotiate with. I don't understand why on either count. Worse yet, we have been bombing Vietnam because they are supporting the revolution in the South. We have inferred that they are intervening and that this is none of their business. The DRV has every right to support their countrymen in the South. They are one and the same people. Reunification of their country is a part of the national purpose of the people of Vietnam. 162. R63. All this time I have been content to fight for those old standby and often vague reasons, such as to protect our American way of life, or to honor our commitments and agreements with our allies, or to stop the spread of communism. Well, these things just don't apply here at all. The Saigon government certainly doesn't represent our way of life, and the people have never really known our way of life. All commitments and agreements in this case are strictly self-imposed for our own convenience, to have reasons to be in South Vietnam. The Vietnamese government wants us there, but the people certainly don't. Why should we now so anxious to HCLP the people whom we were aiding the French to put down? It is true that if Vietnam were unified, she would probably fall under the same socialist government as that of the DRV. However, I have observed these Rixopal in their humps and in their dealing with one another. The simple and contented lives which these people lead is far better than the lives of war and terror led by their countrymen in the South. I'm not really sure but that a socialist government was the only answer to Vietnam's social and agricultural problems at the end of the revolution. Furthermore, we barely lifted our finger to stop the spread of communism miles off our own coast, so why this almost fanatical commitment of lives and resources 9,000 miles from home? What it all means is this: we just don't belong here. This is not our war. We knowingly undermined the Geneva Agreements all along and kept the Vietnamese people from realizing the fruits of their own revolution. Our country more honor with each new involvement. WC have got to leave Vietnam strictly to the Vietnamese. Our country must live up to its greatness and say we were wrong. Further escalation will be catastrophic because the Vietnamese are prepared and determined to fight forever. God knows, and you know, honey, that I love my country dearly and that I am loyal to my profession. These are the very reasons I feel strongly about it. Aside from my actual contact with the peasants and the authorities here, I could have found all this out at the station or city library if I'd just taken the time. People might think, sure, he's advocating an early end to the war. That's the only way he'll get home. Of course, an end to the war would hasten the repatriation of scores of American pilots and crewmen, but it would also save thousands and thousands of lives, millions and millions of dollars in resources, and a measure of honor for our country in initiating an end to the fighting and withdrawing our troops. We are fighting an illegal, dishonorable, and unjust war here. Please show this letter to our family and friends. They have got to know the truth. Use the letter to its fullest extent to show our people what's going on here. Once our people know the truth, they must make it plain to our legislators that they will tolerate this situation no longer. Yes, this is really me talking, sweet, and, believe me, I'm speaking right from my heart. But enough of this for now. These people have been generous so as to allow me to receive one letter per month. It may contain letters from any of my immediate family and may contain photos. The envelope may not weigh over 20 grams and must be sent by regular air mail. The address must be, Gerald Elify, detention. When I was about to lose consciousness, I heard them saying to me, "We will make you a lifelong invalid." In SSCT, since my release, and to this moment, I have heart ailments, attacks, and a disease of the nervous system which affects my brain after attacks. I suffer from bleeding of the rectum, which is one effect of the torture I endured. In the jail they put my mouth in a ICEK made of and shaped like a bit. It was forced into my mouth and it was impossible for me to close my mouth, which was kept open all through the night in this way. The lock was fixed round my head. Breathing was extremely difficult. L had been irked together with a man. I was tied up with him for 1 month. One night, we were taken to a small from the early evening until 2:00 am. They listened to us from outside. They used Kreisel, which is a very powerful sewer disinfectant, used in lavatories and toilets to kill germs. How and I tell you? There are so many people to mention. They failed to arrest Mr. Keem, so they arrested his wife and small daughter. She was tortured for long hours, but did not reveal anything about her husband's whereabouts. They brought a petrol drum, full of water. They put her small daughter, whose name was Na and who was 5 years old, into the drum. SHC was completely immersed. They then beat THC outside of the drum. The pressure of water caused the child's eyes, ears, nose, and mouth to issue BLMXL. I saw this with my own eyes. Madam T was forced to witness it. There were 150 women in the same room. The was 12 feet by 21 feet. We had no toilet. They put a container in the room. The stench was overwhelming in that small place. Almost all those who survived and were eventually released are now invalids, incapable of walking. They suffer from nervous diseases and from periodic loss of consciousness. On THC first day I was called to the security officer. I was not asked anything. I was simply beaten continuously for 8 hours. One would beat me and then others would take their turn to beat me. They used various kinds of torture. At first, was I ridden with rectangular sticks with 4, sharp, angled edges. I was beaten on the breasts and on the back. After some time, I lost consciousness and collapsed. After recovering consciousness, I was tied up. They used sliced strips of cane, which were very strong and sharp. They had tied my 2 feet together and suspended me from a hook in the ceiling, upside down. Each blow made me think my limbs would be torn from my body. The pain and the nervous reaction caused sharp and severe pangs in my heart. The first session lasted over an hour. When I regained consciousness, they began to beat me again. When I was finally lowered down, I could not stand. They stripped off all my clothes and tied me, naked, to a table. They covered my mouth and nose with a piece of thin cloth. They forced a rubber pipe into my mouth and nose and poured water into my mouth and nose. I could not breathe and was forced to swallow. My stomach was 170. 171. The cell, causing a constant stench. The door was made of petrified wood, 18 inches thick. This wood is harder than steel and nails cannot be driven into it. It is known in Vietnam as iron wood. The of the room was 8 inches by 6 inches and covered with an iron net of bars. We were without any clothing in the cells, as the heat was so unbearable that we removed our clothing. Through the window, a ray of light collected our drops of sweat and showed them evaporating from our endix and condensing again on the walls and kriling. After only on day in the cell we all cut off our hair. It was unbearable to have hair, such was the stifling heat. In 24 hours we received a small cup of water, each about 3 mouthfuls. We were sweating constantly. In over 4 months we had no water with which to wash. During our monthly periods, blood dropped on ourselves and on the floor. We tried to clean the floor with our rags of clothing and with our hands. We slept on the floor. We were so thirsty that the noise of rain drove us to frenzy. We yearned for a drop to come into the cell to touch our parched faces or soothe our raw throats. We were starved for air to such an extent that W.C. looked at the opening of the door as a famished child looks at her mother's breast. The rice was mixed with paddy husks. The flies were inside the rice and covered it like a black veil. The flies clustered everywhere. Due to THC sewer hole and the kin of excrement in the cell, it was perpetually filled with odors so powerful that it was a torment to breathe. They often put 8 and even 12 people in this cell, 6 feet by 3 feet. When we were 4, it was possible to sleep lying down. When we were 8, it was possible to sit. When WCWCRC 12, we stood. When there were 12 people, if there was no help from a few of the guards, we should have died in 48 hours. Some guards would secretly open the door for 10 minutes every 6 hours. This enabled us to survive. This form of detention is an ingenious method of slow death, slow murder. We died of shortage of water, of air, of food, of disease, and of exhaustion. As the guards helped us in their meager way, we barely survived. But in the cells in which the men were kept, they died constantly. They wanted us to have sexual intercourse. They wanted to humiliate us. At last, they removed us and we were told, "You know what we want you to do." I replied, "You, who are odious and barbarous, are of such character. We will never lose our dignity." After endless torture, I was put in the guillotine jail. This jail was the most densely as it is the jail from which they dispatch prisoners to the others. It is the central jail. During the daytime, people can only sit by being on top of each other. At night, people slept on each other. If one wished to turn, let alone move, all had to turn. We had to sleep on our sides. The jail was so hot that every prisoner tried to fan himself. Each night, there would be 20 or more people who would become unconscious of the lack of oxygen. They were removed. After 1 month in these conditions, everyone had rashes, pimples, blisters, and swellings. During the first month of jail in guillotine, I watched 7 men die from asphyxiation. I could not understand how the women survived or endured it. The ration of food was so poor that in every meal one person received a tiny cup of rice with almost no vegetables or sauce. I lived there 7 weeks and was sent finally to Paulo Condor Island prison. In Paulo Condor jail every possible device for killing people slowly was employed. People died before our eyes every day. The means used ensured very slow but certain death. I was detained 1 year in Paulo Condor Island. Out of 12 months, I was kept in a cell for 10 months. The cell was a small shelter on the surface of the ground. It was 3 feet by 6 fcct in area. The walls were innate of stone, 18 inches thick. The ceiling was made of concrete. The walls were painted black. The ceiling was under 6 feet in height. The bed was made of stone. It was a cell for one prisoner, but I was kept in this cell, 6 feet by 3 feet, with 4 people. One slept on the bed. One slept in each corner. There was a can of excrement, changed once a week. It held 4 gallons. The room connected with the sewers and a sewer hole was open inside. 172. 173. We were too weak and almost unable to walk to the ship going to the mainland. We had to assist each other. 19 hours on ship was terrible. We were all vomiting. On arrival in Saigon, WC could not walk off it. The ship did not actually pick us up at Paulo Condurque. They used small boats to bring us to the main ship. When we were on board, 41 fell unconscious from exhaustion. This ship, called Phuong Con, was a cargo ship. There was no air. We were crowded in the hold. It was utterly exhausting. After we had been suffocating in the hold, the sailors who observed this argued and protested fiercely with the security men. They knew we would die in the hold and demanded that we should be allowed on the deck. The sailors helped us much. They intervened with the ship's captain for medicine to give us strength to survive until we reached the mainland. From the ship we were led to Phu Loi concentration camp. It was vast, holding 8,000 people. At Phu Loi camp, they forced us to salute their colonel and to shout slogans of support for the Diem regime. WC refused to do so. We were beaten and sent to another prison, called Thursday-Duke Jail. After WC left Phu Loi, they carried out an enormous massacre in the camp. They effected a mass peaceoning, which killed over 1,000 and made 6,000 gravely ill. When I was in Thursday-Duke I met a friend who told me, firsthand, of the mass poisoning in the Phu Loi concentration camp. The Phu Loi concentration camp was situated in the midst of a plain. It was intolerably hot and exposed. There was almost no water in the camp. The concentration camp was built by forced labor. The laborers had to work in broiling sun to build the barbed wire fences, shelters, and huts. The prisoner had to perform brutal work, but only received a tiny portion of rice. Any resistance or disaffection led to our being placed in cells underground, without air and which were broiling hot. Many became unconscious. Because of the solidarity of the prisoners, the authorities were forced to make certain provisions. Then, they began systematic reprisals. One day, they gave us a good meal of beef, other meat, and bread. People were starved and ate eagerly. After the meal, there was from vitamin and protein deficiency slow, torturous death. The doctor broke in, once more, vitamin deficiency caused flesh dehydration. When we saw a prisoner with toes and feet black, we knew that the of slow, painful death had begun. The body would die before the eyes of the victim. WC needed only 4 vitamin pills, but we got nothing. The guards used orcomycin and theramycin to prevent disease of their chickens. All of us suffered from dysentery and worms, all the prisoners. After 10 months of detention, I was reduced to a skeleton. Just bones. Very few people could walk. If we could survive, it was because WC tried to appeal to the humanity of some of the puppet soldiers. Some few who observed our suffering helped us a little, enough to enable some of us to survive. The men, alone, in Paulo Condurque died 3 at a time from atrocities in the prison. They were left dead for days in the cells. Thousands upon thousands were attacked by disease in epidemics. There were mass burials. In the midst of this death and suffering, the chief of the island, Bok Van Boon, clapped his hands and laughed at us on inspections. On Christmas Eve, the prisoners could not go to church, so they organized a mass, in Poi. They were beaten for this from midnight, Christmas Eve, until 1:00 p.m. the following Christmas Day. Although the prisoners surviving were weak from disease, VC were compelled to do first labor. One strong man can produce 1 cubic mctrc of firewood day. We were forced to produce 3 cubic metr per day from the jungle. At the end of catch day we were trodden and bled profusely because of insufficient amounts of firewood. There was a time when we went on hunger strike to protest the meager ration of rice. We were forced to be exposed to the boiling sun all day. Hundreds died. I was in Paulo Condor during 1 year when THIRD was a strong protest movement in Saigon demanding the release of women from Paulo Condor. The strength of the movement against detention of women in Paulo Condor, which place in Saigon, led to our removal to another jail on the mainland. Violent pain, bloody vomiting and bloody evacuation. Then death. Furious, survivors captured the loudspeakers and broadcast the crimes and appealed for first aid. Troops and police came and slaughtered us in the course of repression. Many more were to death. There was a woman named Fung who was beaten and then tortured, as follows. Security agent used his baton and rubber truncheon to penetrate deeply and with brutal force into her vagina. To this day, she bleeds when she feels weak or sick. She was a nurse who had saved many people in the camp. She still lives in a Saigon-occupied area of South Vietnam. After some time, I was returned to Phu Loi concentration camp. Blood was visible on all the walls. The second time I was there, they started all the same torture again. Everything I endured in Paulo Condor and before was repeated. I was hung from the ceiling for hours, they beat me endlessly, they forced water with soap into my lungs and stomach, causing lesions and perforation. It went on for periods of 2 to 2.5 months at one time, for 1 entire year. I was almost insane. The first session lasted 1.5 months. I was with an 18-year-old girl who was stripped, hung from the ceiling and tortured. In winter it was bitterly cold. All the women were subjected to the same, without exception. After torture, we had to lie, naked, on the floor. Cold water was flooded upon us. The torture was started all over again. Each campaign of torture lasted, without stop, for 12 months. I was treated this way continuously, until 6 days before my release. Until that moment, I was tortured almost constantly. If I am still alive, it is thanks to the care given MC afterwards by my fellow countrymen. I consider my life a great victory. I live. Tens of thousands, when set free, have become both invalids and sterile. I was released in 1962, I was again arrested and HCRDC'd into a strategic hamlet. Let me tell you how they organized the strategic hamlet and what it meant. First, they sent aeroplanes to bomb the villages. Then troops to attack the villages. Finally, bulldozers to destroy completely all the people's houses. The hornless were then forced into these strategic hamlets, built 175. Through their own forced labor. In my province there were people. All work herded into strategic hamlets. The herding of people directly violated the whole fabric of life of the people. The people resisted in any way they could. There were many women whose houses were being destroyed by puppet troops. The women set fire to their own houses to trap the puppet troops destroying their homes. Many old men burned incense in the houses of their ancestors and pledged to their ancestors to die protecting their houses and sacred places. Then, with knives in hand, they sat at the door of their house and waited for the puppet to come to destroy the house. Please, fellow countrymen, if you wish to take tea with me you are welcome in my house. If you come to destroy my house, take care. I shall defend it with my lift. As our people live on their own piece of land and on their rice fields, and they live in scattered spots, they are against these concentration camps. They resist the strategic hamlet, encircled by 5 barbed wire fences, watched by patrolling puppet troops with machine guns, dogs, and lookout towers. In the hamlet, people were forced to pay high taxes and conform to forced labor, unpaid, at any time. People are forced to join government organizations and youth are forcefully conscripted into THC puppet army. They are forced, at gunpoint, to take weapons against other villagers, their brothers and sisters. Let me give you the example of Tan Cuv Lag, 59 were herded into strategic hamlets. 3 months later, 30 of them were dead. In Ho Chung, of people herded, 200 died. In Bentuong hamlet, organized and directed personally by us, the people demonstrated during the visit of McNamara for food, rice, and freedom to return to their villages. People in the hamlets are forced to inform the secret police if anyone has a relative in the north, anyone had participated in THC resistance against the French, or anyone who has spoken about peace or neutrality, about elections or democracy, or if anyone has criticized the Saigon puppet government or US officers or the US government. Most of the girls were raped by troops in the hamlets. Strategic hamlets were not only organized in the countryside. 176. 177. And tore them into pieces, literally, and threw the pieces into the bushes. They broke the heads of infants with poles of wood and threw the infants on a fire. A little boy I knew, named Zung, had his leg broken by a bullet at point-blank range and was then buried alive by us soldiers. Troops were committing other horrible atrocities. This was on December 22, 1965, in Tai Quang village. In this same raid, a family of 7 was killed by us soldiers, another of 9 was completely annihilated by raiding us troops. I know of so many such atrocities I could go on for hours. These are absolutely typical, everyday examples. The people are stirred to such hatred and outrage that all of them, every last one, resist US atrocities against them. I was herded again and again into these hamlets, after my release from THC concentration camp. I have witnessed these crimes repeatedly in the hamlets. A man Narn Dong saw the families and he survived. Now he has been hospitalized, after his ESAP. NIS is a part of the story of what I have seen, what I have endured and what I have lived through. There are so many things I want to tell you, that I cannot because the people and the witnesses are still living in occupied areas. I would tell you of the bombardments, the fragmentation bombs, the chemicals, the napalm and phosphorus, the poisons, THC daily events of which these barbarous atrocities are a run week after week in the South. I have seen it, I have endured it and struggled against it. I know people who have carried the victims to the local CS officers responsible, to confront Madame though is under treatment. I was told later that she insists upon returning to the South, as soon as possible. No one considered this unusual. More Vietnamese died between 1954 and 1959, the years of peace, than in the years 1960 to 1966, the years of popular resistance in the South and American bombardments in the North. But the Vietnamese, from the President and Prime Minister to the villagers who spoke to me of their sufferings, are patient and exceedingly gentle. Nothing was so harrowing as their gentleness. But also applied to the cities. The girls in the were forced into teams of prostitutes for us troops. The Saigon government forced, at pain of death, literally tens of thousands of young girls into camps to be used as perpetual instruments of officialship for us troops. In order to force the laborers of the cities into the strategic hamlets, agents and troops burn down the people's houses. They send fire engines to the fire and spray not water but gasoline. To destroy everything. Due to the poverty suffered, many thousands of girls, and students as well, had to sell their for food to the US soldiers. This is in addition to the force applied by the government in organizing girls as forced prostitutes. PXR and starving children rummage like rats amidst the garbage dumps for food. That is the life imposed in our cities of the South. As the organization of strategic hamlets was against the interests of our whole people, everywhere, in countryside or in the city, all resist men, women, children, old bitterly as a matter of life and survival. As I have told you, they soused, at first, in herding us by brute force into the concentration camp of forced so-called strategic hamlets, but finally the people united together to fight against it. They have overthrown many strategic hamlets and turned them into fighting villages of resistance. When people do not allow children to take part in the struggle against the strategic hamlets, our children reply, when us soldiers kill us they do not distinguish children from parents. The strategic hamlet now has been changed by McNamara into new settlement amps. In these CA_RNPS, terrorism is worse and far more atrocious. The struggle against being forced into them grows ever more fierce. People struggle to get out and the government tries to force them in. Once they aimed to Bendin province and shot dead a pregnant woman, and a bedridden woman, who had given birth 2 days ago, was shot dead at point-blank range. This is ordinary practice when hurting our people, in order to terrorize them. I was told this by eyewitnesses. 22 Warnen, 22 children, and 6 old men were shot down in cold blood to intimidate the people of the area. They TJK babies of 2 years. 178. They know that our people have been corrupted. Americans and Europeans have the beneficiaries of the exploitation against which the people of Vietnam struggle. During my talk with Premier Pham Van Dong, we dwelt on the level of consciousness in the United States and the possibilities of serious resistance. There were moments in the conversation when the weight of American responsibility and my feelings of shame and humiliation pained me too deeply, and I was silent. Pham Van Dong took my hand and said, "My dear brother, the struggle is long and our people endure much. We are comrades in arms, you, Americans, who work to awaken your people and to resist your rulers, and we, who struggle in the field. It is the same fight. Even while they expect little from us, they are moved and grateful for the little they receive, for they see the birth of an American resistance as one of the rewards for their sacrifice. An American emergence and an American consciousness of our place in the world and our relationship to our rulers will be the gift of the people of Vietnam to the people of the United States. The pity of the horror which has been borne by Vietnam is not a pity deserved by the Vietnamese. There is nothing pitiful about them. In their very suffering they are heroic. It is not passivity which marks them, but sacrifice and resistance. The pity lies in the cruel historic reality which renders the American people pathetic and acquiescent as this horror is perpetrated in their name. I feel certain that the American emergency of the next generation, and the generation after that, will trace its origins to the quarter-century revolution in Vietnam, that great and liberating event to which we owe more than solidarity. Bertrand Russell has said, "The people of Vietnam are the world's soldiers for justice." Their struggle is epic, a permanent reminder of the heroism of which human beings are capable when dedicated to a noble ideal. Let us salute the people of Vietnam.